A stormy night on the Cornish coast, a deserted lighthouse, a locked door, a dead artist with a cryptic note. The shadow knows the truth. Hercule Poirot, the world's greatest detective, steps into a maze of family secrets, hidden treasure, and betrayal. Was it greed, revenge, or something darker? As clues unravel and danger closes in, Poirot's little grey cells face their toughest challenge yet. Will he uncover the shocking truth before the killer strikes again? Dive into a gripping mystery where nothing is as it seems. Chapter 1. The stormy arrival. The wind howled like a banshee across the jagged cliffs of St. Crag's Bay, a desolate speck on the Cornish coast where the sea and sky seemed to conspire in eternal unrest. Hercule Poirot, impeccably dressed despite the weather's insolence, clutched his hat as he stepped from the rattling train onto the platform. The station, little more than a weathered shed, offered scant protection from the gusts that carried the sharp temps of salt and seaweed. His mustache twitched in disapproval as a particularly fierce blast tugged at his coat. "Mon ami," he said, turning to Captain Hastings, who was wrestling with an umbrella that had turned inside out. "This English weather, it is not civilized. One expects rain, but this is an assault upon the senses." Hastings, ever the optimist, grinned despite his sodden state. "Oh, come now, Poirot, it's just a bit of a squall. Adds character to the place, don't you think? Besides, you wanted a quiet holiday. Cornwall's just the ticket rugged, remote, full of charm. Poirot's green eyes narrowed as he surveyed the bleak landscape. The village of St. Crag's Bay lay nestled in a crescent of cliffs, its slate-roofed cottages huddled against the storm like frightened sheep. Beyond, the sea churned, its waves crashing against the rocks with a ferocity that made Poirot long for the orderly streets of London. "If this is charm, Hastings, then I prefer the charm of a warm café with a cup of tisane." The two men made their way down the muddy path to the village, Hastings carrying their modest luggage, while Poirot guarded his dignity against the elements. Their destination was the Salty Dog Inn, the only establishment in St. Crag's Bay that boasted rooms for travellers. Poirot had chosen it on the recommendation of a colleague, who swore the village's isolation would provide the perfect respite from his recent exertions in London, where he had unravelled a particularly vexing case involving a stolen sapphire and a duplicitous butler. As they approached the inn, a squat stone building with ivy clinging stubbornly to its walls, the storm intensified. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the silhouette of a lighthouse perched on Blackthorn Point, a jagged outcrop half a mile from the village. The structure stood alone, its once-proud beacon long extinguished, its windows dark and lifeless. Poirot paused, staring at it through the rain. "Curious, is it not, Hastings?" he murmured. "A lighthouse, abandoned, yet it commands the horizon. There is something melancholy about it." Hastings, more concerned with staying dry, tugged at Poirot's sleeve. "Come on, old chap, let's get inside before we're soaked to the bone." The Salty Dog Inn was a study in contrasts, warm and inviting within, yet battered by the storm. Without, a fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the low-beamed ceiling. The air smelled of ale, damp wool, and freshly baked bread. A handful of villagers sat at tables, their faces weathered by years of sea air, their voices low as they traded stories of the storm. The innkeeper, a burly man named Amos Treggs, with a beard like a bramble bush, greeted them with a nod. "Welcome, gents," he said, wiping his hands on a cloth. "Bad night to be out. Got rooms ready, though. You, the detective fellow from London? Poirot inclined his head, a touch of pride in his posture. I am Hercule Poirot, and this is my friend, Captain Hastings. We seek only rest, monsieur, though I fear your weather has other plans. Amos chuckled. Aye, Cornwall's got a temper. You'll get used to it. Clara, he called over his shoulder, show these gents to their rooms. A young woman emerged. From behind the bar, Clara Penrose was in her mid-20s, with auburn hair tied back in a practical bun and eyes that held a flicker of unease. She wore a simple dress, its hems slightly frayed, and her hands were ink-stained, suggesting a profession or hobby beyond serving ale. She offered a polite smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. This way, sirs, she said, leading them up a creaking staircase to a pair of modest rooms overlooking the sea. The wind rattled the windows as she set down their keys. Mind the storm tonight. It's a fierce one. They say the lighthouse out on Blackthorn Point gets strange during weather like this. Poirot, arranging his toiletries with meticulous care, paused. Strange, mademoiselle. In what way? Clara hesitated, glancing at Hastings as if weighing whether to speak. Folks say they've seen lights in it, even though it's been empty for years. Last night, I saw a flash myself, just before the storm hit. Probably nothing, but it's queer, isn't it? Indeed, Poirot said, his interest piqued. And this lighthouse, it is truly abandoned. Oh yes, Clara replied. Hasn't been used since my grandfather's day. My uncle, Vincent Penrose, he's the only one who ever goes near it. He's an artist, lives in a cottage by the cliffs, says the lighthouse inspires his paintings. Hastings, ever curious, leaned forward. An artist, eh? Must be a lonely sort, living out there. Clara's expression tightened. He keeps to himself. Always has. If you'll excuse me, I've work to do downstairs. She left abruptly, leaving Poirot and Hastings to exchange glances. Something troubles that young woman, Poirot said, tapping his temple. The little grey cells, they sense it. Hastings laughed. You're on holiday, Poirot. Not every nervous glance means a mystery. Perhaps, Poirot said, but his eyes gleamed with the faintest hint of anticipation. That evening, the storm showed no signs of abating. Poirot and Hastings joined the villagers in the inn's common room, where the fire's warmth and the clink of glasses created a cosy, if raucous, atmosphere. Poirot, sipping a glass of mulled wine with a fastidious air, observed the rooms. Occupants, there was Amos, the innkeeper, regaling a group with tales of shipwrecks. An old fisherman named Iago, whose gnarled hands clutched a pint as he muttered about cursed waters. And a trio of younger men, fishermen by their attire, who cast wary glances at Clara as she moved among the tables. Clara, Poirot noted, was efficient but distant, her smiles perfunctory. She seemed to avoid one table in particular, where a man in his 40s sat alone, his face shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat. He was lean, with a gambler's sharpness to his features, and his fingers drummed restlessly on the table. Poirot's curiosity deepened. Hastings, he said softly, who is that gentleman, the one who sits apart? Hastings followed his gaze. No idea, but he looks like trouble. Shall I ask Amos? No, no, Poirot said, waving a hand. Discretion, mon ami. We observe, we listen, and the truth reveals itself. As if on cue, Clara approached the man's table, her posture stiff. Their exchange was brief, her voice low and sharp, his replies curt. She turned away quickly, nearly spilling a tray of glasses. Poirot's moustache twitched again, a sure sign his mind was at work. The conversation in the room shifted, as it often did in small villages, to local gossip. Iago, the old fisherman, leaned toward a neighbor and said, "Mark my words, that lighthouse is no good. Lights last night, you say? Same as 20 years ago, when old Captain Penrose vanished, cursed." It is Poirot's ears pricked up. He leaned closer, feigning interest in his wine. "Captain Penrose, you say? A relation of Mademoiselle Clara, perhaps?" Iago squinted at him, suspicious of the outsider. "Aye, her great-grandfather. Smuggler, he was, back in the day. Hid a fortune in jewels, or so they say. Never found M. His son, Vincent's father, went mad looking for M. And now Vincent, holed up by that lighthouse, painting his fool pictures." "Fascinating," Poirot said, his tone mild but his mind racing. "And these lights, they are a recent phenomenon." "Recent enough," Iago muttered. "Started a few months back. Vincent says it's nothing, but I don't trust him. Always was a strange one." The conversation was cut short by a sudden commotion at the door. A young man, soaked to the skin, burst into the inn, his face pale and his eyes wide with panic. "It's Vincent," he shouted. "He's dead. Found him in the lighthouse, stone cold." The room fell silent, the only sound the howling wind outside. Clara dropped a glass, which shattered on the floor. The man in the wide-brimmed hat stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the wood. Poirot set down his wine, his expression calm but his eyes alight with purpose. "Hastings," he said quietly, "it seems our holiday is at an end. The little grey cells, they are summoned." The young man, who introduced himself as Thomas Penrose, Clara's brother, was trembling as he recounted his discovery. He was a lanky fellow, with ink-stained fingers like his sister's and a nervous habit of pushing his glasses up his nose. He explained that he had gone to check on Vincent, their uncle, after the storm began, worried about his solitary habits. He found the lighthouse door bolted from the inside, but through a crack in the shutters, he saw Vincent slumped on the floor, a knife in his chest. "Impossible," Amos exclaimed. "That door's solid oak, and the bolts on the inside. No one's been in or out since Vincent locked himself in yesterday." Poirot, now fully alert, requested to see the scene at once. The local constable, a stout man named Perkins, was summoned, and a small group were. Hastings, Thomas, Clara, and Perkins braved the storm to reach Blackthorn Point. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the lightning sky. The path was treacherous, slick with rain and mud, but Poirot navigated it with surprising agility, his mind clearly elsewhere. They reached the lighthouse, a cylindrical stone tower battered by years of wind and sea. The door, as Thomas had said, was bolted from the inside. Perkins, with some effort, broke it open, revealing a stark interior. A spiral staircase led to the lantern room above, but on the ground floor, Vincent Penrose lay dead. He was a gaunt man, his face etched with lines of solitude, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. A knife protruded from his chest, and beside him lay a crumpled note. Poirot knelt, careful not to disturb the scene, and read the note aloud. "The shadow knows the truth. Mon Dieu," he murmured. "A puzzle, Hastings. A locked door, a dead man, and a message that speaks of shadows. This is no ordinary crime." Clara stifled a sob, and Thomas put an arm around her. Perkins, scratching his head, muttered about calling for reinforcements from the nearest town. "Hastings, ever practical, pointed out the absence of footprints in the wet sand around the lighthouse. "How could anyone have gotten in or out?" he asked. "It's impossible," Poirot smiled faintly. "Impossible, Hastings. Non. The impossible is merely the possible that has not yet been explained. We shall see what the little grey cells uncover." He examined the room with meticulous care, noting the single candle recently burned on a table. The windows, high and barred, showed no signs of tampering. The floor was dry, save for a few drops of water near Vincent's body, which could have come from his own soaked clothing. Poirot's gaze lingered on a painting propped against the wall, a dark, moody depiction of the lighthouse with a shadowy figure standing at its base. The brushstrokes were bold, almost frantic, and Poirot's eyes narrowed as he studied them. "Curious," he said softly. "This painting, it is more than art. It is a clue, perhaps." As the group prepared to leave, Poirot took one last look at the scene, his mind already piecing together the fragments of the mystery. The storm raged on, the lighthouse standing silent witness to its secrets. For Hercule Poirot, the game was afoot, and the deserted lighthouse held the key to a truth that would shock them all. The return to the inn was sombre. Clara and Thomas were shaken, their grief tinged with something Poirot couldn't yet place, fear, perhaps, or guilt. Perkins promised to guard the lighthouse until morning, when a proper investigation could begin. Hastings, warming himself by the fire, was full of theories, most of which Poirot dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Patience, Hastings," he said. "The facts, they are like stars in the daylight. They are there, but we must wait for the darkness to see them clearly." The inn's common room had emptied, the villagers dispersed to their homes, but the man in the wide-brimmed hat remained, watching from his corner. Poirot made a mental note to learn more about him. For now, though his thoughts were with the lighthouse, the locked door, and the cryptic note. Vincent Penrose's death was no accident, and the storm, Poirot sensed, was only the beginning of the tempest to come. Over the next hour, Poirot retired to his room, but sleep eluded him. He sat at the small desk, his notebook open, sketching a diagram of the lighthouse and listing the facts: the bolted door, the absence of footprints, the candle, the note, the painting. Each was a piece of the puzzle, but the picture remained. Elusive, he thought of Clara's unease, Thomas's panic, and the strange lights reported in the lighthouse. There was a pattern, he was certain, but it required time and observation to unravel. Downstairs, the inn grew quiet, the storm's fury a constant backdrop. Poirot lit a cigarette, not his usual habit, but a rare indulgence when his mind was restless, and stared out at the dark sea. The lighthouse stood like a sentinel, its secrets locked within its stone walls. Somewhere in St. Crag's Bay, a killer was hiding, and Poirot vowed to bring them to light. As the clock struck midnight, a faint sound caught his ear, a creak. Not from the wind, but from the corridor outside his room. He extinguished his cigarette and moved silently to the door, listening. Footsteps, soft and deliberate, retreated down the stairs. Poirot's lips curved in a small, satisfied smile. The game, it seemed, was already in motion. The next morning dawned grey and damp, the storm reduced to a sullen drizzle. Poirot and Hastings breakfasted in the common room, where Clara served them with a strained smile. Thomas joined them, his glasses fogged from the damp, and shared more about Vincent. The artist had been reclusive, rarely leaving his cottage except to paint at the lighthouse. He had no enemies, Thomas claimed, but his obsession with the family's lost treasure had consumed him. "Treasure?" Hastings asked, His interest piqued. Thomas nodded. Our great-grandfather, Captain Penrose, was a smuggler. Legend says he hid a fortune in jewels somewhere near Blackthorn Point. Vincent believed his paintings held clues to its location. Clara thought he was mad, but I wondered if he was onto something. Poirot listened intently, his fork poised over a perfectly arranged slice of egg. And you, Monsieur Thomas, did you share his belief? Thomas flushed. I don't know. I'm a writer, not a treasure hunter. But Vincent's paintings, they're strange. Full of symbols, shadows, things. Chapter 2. The Body in the Lighthouse. The morning after the storm broke over St. Craggs Bay with a ferocity that rattled the windows of the Salty Gull in Hercule Poirot stood at the edge of the village square, his polished shoes sinking slightly into the damp cobblestones. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and seaweed, carried inland by a wind that had not yet relinquished its vigour. The sky, though clearing, retained a sullen greyness, as if reluctant to let go of the previous night's tempest. Poirot adjusted his scarf, his sharp eyes scanning the cluster of stone cottages and the narrow road that wound toward Blackthorn Point, where the lighthouse stood like a solitary sentinel against the churning sea. Captain Arthur Hastings, Poirot's steadfast companion, emerged from the inn, his face flushed from the cold. Good heavens, Poirot, it's a miserable morning, he said, pulling his coat tighter. But I dare say you're itching to explore after all that talk last night about the lighthouse. That young woman Clara, was it? Seemed awfully shaken. By whatever she saw, Poirot's moustache twitched, a sign of his mind already at work. Oui, mon ami, Mademoiselle Clara Penrose spoke of a light in an abandoned lighthouse, a curious detail, n'est-ce pas? And in a village so small, such mysteries do not remain quiet for long. We shall see what the day reveals. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion near the inn's door. Clara Penrose herself, her auburn hair dishevelled and her eyes wide with panic, stumbled into the square. Her coat was misbuttoned, and her hands trembled as she clutched a shawl around her shoulders. "It's my uncle," she cried, her voice breaking. "Uncle Vincent, he's dead. They found him in the lighthouse." A murmur rippled through the small crowd that had gathered, villagers who had braved the morning chill to assess the storm's damage. The local constable, a stout man named Constable Wicks, pushed through, his face grim. "Now, Miss Clara, calm yourself," he said, though his own voice carried a tremor. "Tell us what's happened." Clara's breath hitched. "It's true. Mr. Trelawney, the fisherman, went to check the lighthouse this morning. The door was bolted, but he looked through the window and saw Uncle Vincent lying there, dead. Oh, it's horrible." Poirot stepped forward, his demeanour calm but authoritative. "Mademoiselle, permit me to offer my services. I am Hercule Poirot, a detective of some reputation. If there is a mystery here, I would be honoured to assist. May we see the scene at once?" Clara's eyes flickered with a mix of relief and apprehension. "Yes, please, Mr. Poirot. I don't know what to make of it. The lighthouse, it's been locked for years. No one goes there." Constable Wicks, though initially sceptical of this dapper foreigner, nodded. "Right then, let's not waste time. Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings, come along. We'll need all the help we can get." The path to Blackthorn Point was treacherous, slick with rain and littered with debris from the storm. The lighthouse loomed. Ahead, a weathered stone tower perched on a rocky outcrop, its base battered by waves that crashed against the cliffs below. Its paint was peeling, and the glass at the top was clouded with grime, giving it an air of desolation. Poirot noted the isolation of the place. No other buildings stood within a quarter-mile, and the surrounding sand was smooth, undisturbed by footprints despite the wet conditions. Hercule Poirot murmured, pausing to study the ground. The sand is soft from the rain, yet there are no traces of anyone approaching or leaving. Most interesting, Hastings frowned. No footprints. But how could someone get in or out without leaving a mark? That mon ami is precisely what we must discover, Poirot replied, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a puzzle. At the lighthouse door, Mr. Trelawney, a grizzled fisherman with hands calloused from years at sea, stood waiting. "I didn't touch nothing," he said gruffly. "Saw him through the window there, lying on the floor. Door was bolted, so I didn't try to get in. Didn't seem right." Constable Wicks examined the heavy iron door, its surface rusted, but sturdy. The bolt was indeed drawn from the inside, a solid bar that could only be moved from within the lighthouse. With some effort, he and Trelawney forced the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. Inside, the air was stale, thick, with the smell of damp stone and something sharp at death. Vincent Penrose lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, his body twisted unnaturally. He was a man in his late 50s, with a shock of white hair and a face weathered by both time and solitude. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and his right hand clutched a crumpled piece of paper. A thin trickle of dried blood ran from a wound at the back of his head. Pooling beneath him on the floor, Poirot knelt beside the body, his movements precise. The wound is to the head, likely caused by a heavy blow. The blood has dried, suggesting he has been dead for several hours, perhaps since last night. He gently pried the paper from Vincent's hand and unfolded it. In a shaky script, it read, "The shadow knows the truth." What the devil does that mean? Hastings asked, peering over Poirot's shoulder. A message, perhaps, or a clue, Poirot said softly. But from whom and to whom? Constable Wicks scratched his head. This don't make sense. The door was bolted from the inside, and there's no other way in or out. The windows are barred, and they're 20 feet up. How'd anyone get in to do this? Poirot rose, brushing dust from his trousers. That, Constable, is the heart of the matter. A locked door, a body, and no footprints. It is a puzzle worthy of Hercule Poirot. He began a meticulous examination of the lighthouse's interior. The ground floor was sparse. A few crates, a rusted lantern, and a spiral staircase leading to the lantern room above. The walls were bare, save for a few patches of mold and a single candle, its wax freshly melted, standing on a crate near the body. Poirot touched the wax, still soft. This candle was lit recently, he said. Perhaps last night. Someone was here with Monsieur Penrose before he died. Hastings glanced around nervously. You think the killer was here? But how did they get out? Poirot did not answer immediately. Instead, he climbed the staircase to the lantern room, where the massive lens sat dormant, its glass clouded with neglect. The view from the top was breathtaking, the sea stretching endlessly to the horizon. But Poirot's attention was on the room itself. The windows were indeed barred, and the bars were intact, rusted but unbroken. He tested the floor, tapping it with his cane, but found no hidden panels. Back on the ground floor, he studied the bolt on the door. It was a simple mechanism, a heavy bar that slid into a slot in the frame. It appears impossible, he said, almost to himself, yet the impossible does not exist. There is always a method. Clara, who had followed them to the lighthouse but remained outside, now stepped forward. Mr. Poirot, my uncle, was strange. He kept to himself, painting all the time. He didn't trust anyone, not even family. Why would he come here? Poirot turned to her, his eyes kind but probing. Mademoiselle, tell me, when did you last see your uncle? Yesterday afternoon, she said, her voice trembling. He was at his cottage, working on a painting. He seemed agitated. Said he had something important to do, but wouldn't tell me what. I thought he was just being his usual secretive self. And the light you saw last night, Poirot pressed. Describe it to me. Clara hesitated. It was faint, flickering, like a candle or a lantern. It came from the top of the lighthouse, where the lantern room is. I was walking back from the village after checking on my mother. It was just before the storm hit, around 9 o'clock. Poirot nodded, filing the information away. And no one else saw this light. I don't know, Clara admitted. I mentioned it at the inn, but everyone thought I was imagining things. The lighthouse has been empty for years. Constable Wicks interjected. We'll need to notify the rest of the Penrose family. This'll hit them hard, especially Mrs. Eleanor. She's Vincent's sister-in-law and a proper lady, but she don't take kindly to disruptions. Very well, Poirot said. Let us return to the village. I wish to speak with the family and learn more about Monsieur Penrose. There is much to uncover here. As they walked back to St. Crag's Bay, the wind carried the distant cry of gulls, and the lighthouse stood silent behind them, its secrets locked within its stone walls. Poirot's mind was already turning, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle, the bolted door, the cryptic note, the candle, the absence of footprints. Somewhere in these details lay the truth, and he was determined to find it. Back at the Salty Gull, in the news of Vincent's death had spread, and a small crowd had gathered in the common room. Eleanor Penrose, the family matriarch, sat ramrod straight in a high-backed chair, her face pale but composed. Her son Thomas paced nervously, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Clara hovered near her mother, her eyes red from crying. The only family member absent was Reginald, Vincent's estranged brother, who was said to be in a nearby town. Mr. Poirot, Eleanor said, her voice cold but polite. I understand you are a detective. I trust you will handle this matter discreetly. Vincent was difficult, but he was family. Madame, I assure you, I seek only the truth, Poirot replied. May I ask when you last saw your brother-in-law? Eleanor's lips tightened. 2 days ago. He came to the house to discuss some family matters. He was his usual self-secretive, obsessed with his paintings. I had no reason to think anything was amiss. Thomas stopped pacing. He was always going on about that lighthouse, he said bitterly. Said it inspired him. I told him it was a waste of time, but he wouldn't listen. Poirot raised an eyebrow. You disapproved of his work. He was throwing his life away. Thomas snapped, then caught himself. I mean, he could have sold his paintings, made something of himself. Instead, he holed up in that cottage. Scribbling nonsense. Clara shot her brother a sharp look. That's not fair, Thomas. Uncle Vincent's paintings were beautiful. He put his heart into them. Enough, Eleanor said sharply. This is not the time for squabbling. Mr. Poirot, what do you make of this? Tragedy. Poirot clasped his hands behind his back. It is too early to say, Madame, but I assure you the circumstances of your brother-in-law's death are most unusual. I will need to know more about his life, his habits, his enemies. Enemies? Eleanor's tone was incredulous. Vincent was a recluse. He barely spoke to anyone. Yet someone, Poirot said softly, wished him dead. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over the group. Hastings, standing near the fireplace, caught Poirot's eye and gave a slight nod, as if to say he trusted his friend to unravel the mystery. Over the next few hours, Poirot and Hastings gathered more details. Vincent Penrose had been an artist, of some talent but little recognition, living in a small cottage at the edge of the village. His paintings, often depicting the sea and the lighthouse, were filled with cryptic symbols that few understood. He had no known enemies, but his reclusive nature had made him a figure of curiosity among the villagers. Some whispered that he was haunted by his past, though no one could say what that past entailed. Poirot returned to the lighthouse that afternoon, determined to examine it further. The sand around the base remained undisturbed, a fact that gnawed at him. He studied the door again, running his fingers along the bolt. "It is a simple mechanism," he said to Hastings, "yet it tells us much. The killer wished us to believe Vincent was alone when he died, but the candle suggests otherwise." "Do you think someone was with him?" Hastings asked. "Almost certainly," Poirot said. "The candle was lit, and it burned for some time. Yet Vincent was struck from behind, suggesting he did not expect the attack. The killer was someone he trusted or someone who entered unseen. But the door," Hastings protested. "It was bolted." "Oui," Poirot said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "And that is what makes this case so delightful. The impossible is merely a challenge to the little grey cells." They left the lighthouse as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the sand. Poirot paused, staring at the tower. "The shadow knows the truth," he murmured, repeating the note's words. "There is a meaning here, Hastings. A shadow, a light, a secret. We must find the connection." Back at the inn, Clara approached. Poirot, her face pale. "Mr. Poirot, there's something I didn't mention earlier. Uncle Vincent. He was working on a new painting before he died. He said it was his most important work yet. I think it's still at his cottage. Would you like to see it?" "Most certainly," Mademoiselle Poirot said. "Every detail, no matter how small, may lead us to the truth." As they prepared to visit Vincent's cottage, Poirot's mind was racing. The locked door, the cryptic note, the candle. The light Clara saw the pieces were scattered, but he could sense the shape of the puzzle forming. Somewhere in St. Crag's Bay, a killer was hiding, and Hercule Poirot would not rest until they were found. Chapter 3. The Penrose Family. The morning after the grim discovery at the lighthouse. The village of St. Crag's Bay lay under a heavy pall, as if the storm from the previous night had left not just sodden earth, but a lingering sense of unease. Hercule Poirot, immaculate as ever in his neatly pressed suit, despite the damp air, stood at the window of the rusty anchor, in his sharp eyes scanning the rugged coastline. The sea churned restlessly, its waves crashing against the rocks of Blackthorn Point, where the lighthouse stood like a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. Beside him, Captain Hastings sipped his tea, his brow furrowed as he recounted the morning's findings. "Dash it all," Poirot Hastings said, setting his cup down with a clink. "A man dead in a locked lighthouse, no footprints, and that cryptic note, the shadow knows the truth. It's like something out of one of Thomas Penrose's novels. What do you make of it?" Poirot turned from the window, his moustache twitching slightly as he considered his friend's words. "Mon ami, the truth is never so fanciful as a novel, yet it is often more complex. The note, the locked door, the Absence of footprints, these are not mysteries, but pieces of a puzzle. And the key to this puzzle, I suspect, lies with the Penrose family. We must meet them, Hastings, for it is in their hearts and their secrets that we will find the path to the truth. The constable, a stout man named Inspector Japno, relation to Poirot's Scotland Yard acquaintance, had arranged for Poirot and Hastings to visit the Penrose estate, a sprawling manor on the outskirts of the village. As they approached in the constable's rattling motor car, the house came into view, a grey stone edifice with ivy clinging to its walls, its windows like watchful eyes peering out over the wind-swept cliffs. The estate had an air of faded grandeur, as if it had once known wealth and vitality, but now sagged under the weight of time and neglect. The door was opened by a maid, a nervous girl with wide eyes, who ushered them into a dimly lit drawing room. The air smelled of old wood and wax polish, and the furniture, though once fine, bore the marks of wear. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Seated there were the surviving members of the Penrose family, each a study in contrasts, their faces betraying a mix of grief, suspicion, and guarded curiosity as they regarded the famous detective. Clara Penrose, the young woman who had first raised the alarm about her uncle's death, sat nearest the fire. She was in her mid-20s, with delicate features and dark hair pinned loosely. Those strands had escaped, giving her a slightly dishevelled appearance. Her hands twisted a handkerchief in her lap, and her eyes, red-rimmed from crying, darted nervously toward the door as if expecting an interruption. Yet there was a quiet resolve in her posture, a strength that belied her fragile demeanour. Beside her sat her brother, Thomas Penrose, a lanky man in his early 30s, with a mop of unruly brown hair and a face that seemed perpetually caught between a scowl and a smirk. He lounged in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, a notebook balanced on his knee. Poirot noted the ink stains on his fingers, suggesting a man who wrote often, if not successfully. Thomas's eyes flicked toward Poirot, assessing him, with a mix of curiosity and defiance. At the head of the room, in a high-backed chair that seemed almost a throne, sat Eleanor Penrose, the matriarch of the family. She was a woman of late middle age, her silver hair pulled back severely, her face a mask of cold composure. Her black dress, though elegant, seemed to absorb the light around her, and her piercing blue eyes studied Poirot with an intensity that suggested she was accustomed to being obeyed. There was no warmth in her expression, only a steely determination that hinted at a life spent guarding secrets. The final figure was Reginald Penrose, Vincent's estranged brother, who stood apart from the others, leaning against a bookcase, with a glass of amber liquid in his hand. He was older than Vincent had been, his face weathered by years of hard living, with deep lines etched around his mouth and eyes. His clothes were finely tailored but rumpled, and there was a restless energy about him, as if he were a man perpetually on the edge of flight. He barely acknowledged Poirot's entrance, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the room. "Inspector." Jap cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. "Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings, this is the Penrose family. They've agreed to answer your questions about Vincent's death. I've explained that you're here to assist, given the unusual circumstances." Poirot inclined his head, his movements precise and deliberate. "Mesdames et messieurs, I am Hercule Poirot, and this is my associate, Captain Hastings. I offer my condolences for the loss of Monsieur Vincent Penrose. It is my intention to uncover the truth of his death, and for this I require your cooperation. The truth, you see, is like a delicate thread. It must be followed carefully, lest it break. Eleanor Penrose spoke first, her voice crisp and measured. "Mr. Poirot, we are all devastated by Vincent's death, but I fail to see why a detective of your reputation is needed. The lighthouse was locked, was it not? Surely this was a tragic accident, or perhaps—" She hesitated, her lips tightening. "Perhaps my brother-in-law took his own life." Clara gasped softly, her handkerchief crumpling in her hands. "Mother, how can you say that?" "Uncle Vincent would never." "Clara, enough," Eleanor snapped, her tone cutting through the air like a blade. "We must face facts, not indulge in sentimentality. Vincent was a troubled man, always lost in his paintings and his obsessions. It's not unthinkable." Poirot raised a hand, his gesture calming the rising tension. "Madame Penrose, permit me to observe that the facts, as you call them, are not yet clear. A man is found dead in a locked lighthouse, with no means of entry or exit, and a note that speaks of shadows and truth. These are not the hallmarks of an accident, nor, perhaps, of a suicide. We must consider all possibilities." Thomas snorted, tossing his notebook onto the table beside him. "Possibilities? The whole thing's absurd. Uncle Vincent was eccentric, I'll grant you, but he wasn't suicidal. And if someone killed him, how the devil did they get in and out? It's impossible, impossible." Poirot's eyes gleamed. "With interest, mon ami, nothing is impossible until we have examined every detail. Tell me, Monsieur Thomas, what was your relationship with your uncle?" Thomas shifted uncomfortably, his smirk fading. "We got along well enough. He was difficult, always going on about his art, his legacy. I tried to talk to him about selling some of his paintings. There's a market for them, you know, but he wouldn't hear of it. Said they were too important." "Important?" Poirot tilted his head, his voice soft but probing. "In what way?" Thomas hesitated, glancing at his mother. He thought they held secrets, clues to something. "I don't know, some old family nonsense. He was always cryptic." Clara leaned forward, her voice trembling but firm. "It wasn't nonsense, Thomas. Uncle Vincent believed his paintings were connected to the family treasure, the jewels captain. Penrose hid centuries ago. He said they were his legacy to me." Eleanor's eyes narrowed, and she turned to her daughter. "Clara, you will not repeat such fanciful stories. The idea of a treasure is a myth, nothing more. Your uncle filled your head with foolish ideas." Poirot's gaze flicked between mother and daughter, noting the tension. "Mademoiselle Clara, this treasure, it is of interest. What did your uncle tell you of it?" Clara's cheeks flushed, and she glanced at her mother before speaking. "He said our ancestor, Captain Penrose, was a smuggler who hid a fortune in jewels somewhere on the estate. Uncle Vincent spent years trying to find it. He thought his paintings were a map of sorts. He told me I'd inherit the treasure if I could decipher his work, but he never explained how." Reginald, who had been silent until now, let out a harsh laugh. "Jewels, is it? That's what Vincent was obsessed with. No wonder he shut himself away in that blasted lighthouse. He always was a dreamer, chasing ghosts." Poirot turned to Reginald, his expression unreadable. "And you, Monsieur Penrose, what was your relationship with your brother?" Reginald took a long sip from his glass, his eyes narrowing. "Vincent and I hadn't spoken in years. Not since our father's will left him the lion's share of the estate. I got by well enough without him. I only came back when I heard about his death, thought I should pay my respects." "Respects?" Hastings interjected, his tone skeptical. It didn't seem to have broken up when we arrived. Reginald's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, swirling the liquid in his glass. Poirot noted the gesture, filing it away in his meticulous mental catalogue. Inspector Japp, who had been pacing near the door, spoke up. "Mr. Poirot, we've also learned that Vincent's will was recently changed. Clara inherits everything. Estate, the paintings, all of it, but only if she meets a condition. We don't know what it is yet. The solicitor's still looking into it." Clara's eyes widened, and she shook her head. "I didn't know about any condition. Uncle Vincent never mentioned it." Eleanor's voice was icy. "It's typical of Vincent to play games, even in death. Clara, you mustn't let this nonsense consume you." Poirot steepled his fingers, his mind clearly at work. A condition. In the will, a treasure hidden in paintings. A family divided by old wounds. These are threads, Mies, Amos, and they weave a complex tapestry. Tell me, Madame Penrose, what was Vincent like in the days before his death? Did he seem troubled, perhaps fearful? Eleanor hesitated, her composure faltering for a moment. Vincent was always distant. But yes, in recent weeks, he seemed more withdrawn. He spent all his time in the lighthouse, painting or sketching. He wouldn't let anyone see his work, not even Clara. Clara nodded, her voice soft. He was different. He kept talking about the shadow and how it would reveal everything. I thought he was just being poetic, but now her voice trailed off, and she pressed the handkerchief to her lips. Poirot's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing, turning instead to Thomas. "And you, Monsieur Thomas, did you notice this change in your uncle?" Thomas shrugged, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. He was always odd, kept to himself, muttering about shadows and truths. "I didn't pay it much mind. I was busy with my own work." "Your work?" Poirot asked, his tone deceptively mild. "You are a writer, n'est-ce pas?" Thomas's smirk returned, though it lacked conviction. "Trying to be. It's not easy, you know, living in a family like this. Everyone's got their secrets, their grudges. Uncle Vincent wasn't the only one obsessed with the past." Poirot nodded, his expression thoughtful. "And you, Monsieur Reginald, when did you last see your brother?" Reginald's grip on his glass tightened. "Years ago, we had a row, and that was that. I didn't need him, and he didn't need me. I only came back because Clara sent word about his death." Clara looked startled. "I didn't send for you, Uncle Reginald. I thought you just heard." Reginald frowned, setting his glass down with a thud. "Someone sent a telegram. I assumed it was you." Poirot's mustache twitched again, and he made a mental note of this discrepancy. "Most interesting," he murmured. "A family bound by blood, yet divided by secrets. Tell me, mademoiselle. Clara, where were you the night of the storm, when this strange light was seen in the lighthouse?" Clara's hands stilled, and she met Poirot's gaze. "I was here, at the house. I couldn't sleep because of the storm, so I went to the window. That's when I saw the light. I thought it was odd, but I didn't think. I didn't know Uncle Vincent was there. And the rest of you?" Poirot's eyes swept the room. Eleanor spoke first. "I was in my room, reading. I had no reason to go out in such weather." Thomas shrugged. "I was working on a story in my study. Didn't see anything." Reginald grunted. "I wasn't even in the village yet. My train got delayed because of the storm. I didn't arrive until late." Poirot nodded slowly, his mind clearly racing. "Bon, We have established where each of you claims to have been, but the lighthouse, it does not lie. It holds the truth, and I, Hercule Poirot, will uncover it." The room fell silent, the crackle of the fire the only sound. Hastings glanced at Poirot, recognizing the glint in his friend's eyes, the sign that the little grey cells were already at work, piecing together the fragments of this strange and troubling case. As they left the manor, Hastings muttered, "What a family, Poirot. They're all hiding something, aren't they?" Poirot smiled faintly, adjusting his hat against the sea breeze. "Indeed, mon ami, the Penrose family is like a painting on the surface. It is one thing, but beneath there are layers, hidden strokes and secrets waiting to be revealed. We must peel back those layers, Hastings, one by one." The rest of the day was spent in the village, where Poirot and Hastings gathered more information about the Penrose family. The villagers were eager to talk, their tongues loosened by the tragedy at the lighthouse. At the local pub, the Salty Dog, a grizzled fisherman named Old Tom, shared stories of the Penrose family's past. "They've always been a queer lot," he said, nursing a pint. "Captain Penrose, their ancestor, was a smuggler, right enough. Folks say he hid a fortune somewhere on the cliffs, but no one's ever found it. Vincent was always poking around, looking for it, like his father before him." A barmaid, overhearing, added, "Vincent kept to himself, but he wasn't always alone in that lighthouse. Clara was there often, talking about his paintings. She was the only one he trusted, I reckon." Poirot listened intently, his eyes bright with interest. "And the others? Madame, Eleanor, Monsieur Thomas, Monsieur Reginald. They visit the lighthouse." The barmaid shook her head. "Not that I know of. Eleanor's too proud, too traipse out there, and Thomas is always scribbling in that notebook of his. As for Reginald, he's been gone for years. Showed up out of the blue yesterday, didn't he?" Poirot thanked them and led Hastings back to the inn, where they sat by the fire to discuss their findings. "The Penrose family is a puzzle, Hastings," Poirot said, sipping a tisane. "Each member has a motive, however small. Clara, the heir, may desire the treasure for herself. Thomas, the struggling writer, may resent his uncle's wealth or secrecy. Eleanor, the matriarch, may wish to protect her family's name or fortune. And Reginald, the estranged brother, may seek to reclaim what he believes is his." Hastings frowned. "But the locked door, Poirot, how could any of them have done it?" Poirot's eyes gleamed. "That, mon ami, is the heart of the matter. The locked door is not a barrier but a challenge. Someone found a way, and I will discover how. For now, we must watch and listen. The Penrose family will reveal their secrets, whether they wish to or not." Over the next few days, Poirot and Hastings immersed themselves in the life of St. Crag's Bay, observing the Penrose family from a distance. Clara was often seen walking the cliffs, her expression troubled, her eyes fixed on the lighthouse, as if it held answers she couldn't reach. Thomas spent his days in the village, drinking at the pub or scribbling in his notebook, his frustration evident in his sharp retorts to anyone who interrupted him. Eleanor remained at the manor, receiving visitors with a cool formality that kept them at arm's length. Reginald, meanwhile, was a ghost, appearing and disappearing without warning, his presence unsettling the villagers. One afternoon, Poirot visited the Penrose estate again, this time alone. He found Clara in the garden, tending to a bed of roses with a care that seemed at odds with her nervous demeanor. "Mademoiselle," he said, approaching quietly, "may I speak with you?" Clara started, dropping her pruning shears. Mr. Poirot, I didn't hear you. Yes, of course. Poirot smiled, his manner gentle but probing. You are troubled, Mademoiselle Clara. It is not only the death of your uncle, I think. There is something more, something you have not shared. Clara's eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them away. It's just everything. Uncle Vincent was like a father to me. He believed in me, even when Mother and Thomas didn't. But now he's gone, and I don't know what to do. The will, the treasure, this condition, it's all too much. Poirot nodded, his voice soft. And yet, you are strong, mademoiselle. You loved your uncle, and you wish to honor his memory. Tell me, what was he like in his final days? Did he speak of anyone in particular? Perhaps someone he feared? Clara hesitated, then shook her head. He didn't say he was afraid, but he was. Different. He kept talking about the shadow, like it was a person or a secret. He said it would show the way. I didn't understand, but I didn't want to press him. He was so fragile. Poirot's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing, instead offering a reassuring smile. Mercy, mademoiselle, you have been most helpful. Rest assured, Hercule Poirot will bring clarity to this darkness. As he left the garden, Poirot's mind was racing. The shadow, the treasure, the locked door, these were not separate mysteries, but parts of a single truth. The Penrose family, with their secrets and resentments, held the key, and Poirot was determined to unlock it. Chapter 4. The Locked Door Puzzle. The morning sun cast a pale, watery light over St. Crag's Bay, its rays struggling to pierce the lingering mist that clung to the cliffs like a shroud. Hercule Poirot stood at the base of the Blackthorn Point Lighthouse, his immaculate black shoes sinking slightly into the damp sand. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, surveyed the weathered structure before him. The lighthouse, a solitary sentinel of stone and iron, stood defiant against the elements, its once white exterior now streaked with salt and time. The door, heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands, was the focal point of his attention. It was bolted. From the inside, or so the local constable, a ruddy-faced man named Jenkins, had assured him. Yet Vincent Penrose, the reclusive artist, had been found dead within, his body slumped in a chair. A cryptic note clutched in his hand. The puzzle was irresistible to Poirot, a locked door that whispered of secrets and cunning. Captain Hastings, ever the faithful companion, stood beside him, his brow furrowed as he stared at the door. It's impossible, Poirot, he said, his voice tinged with frustration. The door was bolted, the windows are barred and too high to reach without a ladder, and there's not a single footprint in the sand around the lighthouse. How could anyone have gotten in or out? Poirot's lips twitched into a faint smile, his moustache quivering slightly. Impossible, mon ami. Non, non. The impossible is merely the improbable in disguise. The little grey cells, they are already at work, and they tell me this door holds the key not just to the lighthouse, but to the mind of the killer. Constable Jenkins, who had been pacing nearby, stopped and scratched his head. I've been a constable here for 20 years, Mr. Poirot, and I've never seen a case like this. The bolts solid, no signs of tampering, the sands untouched, as you can see. It's as if the killer vanished into thin air. Poirot tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he examined the doorframe. Vanished, perhaps. Or perhaps, Constable, the killer was never here in the way you imagine. Let us enter, see Vuplot, and see what the lighthouse reveals. Jenkins produced a heavy iron key, which he had retrieved from the village locksmith earlier that morning. The lock groaned as he turned it, and the door creaked open, revealing the dim interior of the lighthouse. The air inside was damp and heavy, carrying the faint scent of salt and something else, something metallic, like old blood. The ground floor was sparsely furnished, a small table, a wooden chair, and a spiral staircase that wound its way up to the lantern room. Vincent Penrose's body had already been removed, taken to the village doctor for examination, but the chair where he had been found remained, its back splattered with dark stains. Poirot stepped inside, his movements deliberate, almost theatrical. He adjusted his gloves and began his inspection, his eyes darting from the floor to the walls to the ceiling. Hastings followed, his notebook in hand, scribbling observations as Poirot muttered to himself in French. Jenkins lingered near the door, clearly uncomfortable in the oppressive silence of the lighthouse. "The bolt," Poirot said suddenly, turning to the door. He ran his fingers along the heavy iron bolt, which was still in place, slid firmly into its socket. "It is, as you say, Constable, solid, untouched. And yet, Vincent Penrose is dead, and the door was locked when you arrived. Tell me, how was entry gained?" Jenkins shrugged helplessly. "We had to break the lock to get in. Clara Miss Penrose, she was the one who found him. She came to me in a panic, said she'd seen a light in the lighthouse the night before, and came to check on her uncle. When she couldn't get in, she fetched me." Poirot nodded, his eyes gleaming. "A light, you say, most interesting. And this light, it was seen during the storm?" "Aye," Jenkins replied. "Clara said it flickered, like a candle, not the lighthouse beam. That's what spooked her. The lighthouse hasn't been lit in years." Poirot's gaze drifted to the table, where a single candle stood, its wax melted into a misshapen pool. He leaned closer, inspecting the wick. "Recently burned," he murmured. "The wax is soft, the wick blackened, but not consumed." This candle was lit, perhaps last night, perhaps just before the storm, and yet Vincent Penrose was alone, or so it seems. Hastings looked puzzled. "But if the door was bolted from the inside, and the candle was burning, doesn't that mean Vincent lit it himself? Maybe I don't know, maybe he took his own life." Poirot's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Suicide, Hastings? Non. The little grey cells reject such a simple solution. The note, 'The shadow knows the truth,' is not the work of a man resigned to death. It is a clue, a taunt, perhaps even a warning. No, someone was here with Vincent, someone who wished to create the illusion of an impossible crime." Jenkins coughed, clearly skeptical. "With all due respect, sir, I don't see how anyone could have been here. The windows are barred, the door was bolted, and there's no other way in or out. Unless they climbed the cliffs, but that's suicide in itself during a storm." Poirot turned to the spiral staircase, his expression unreadable. "Let us ascend, messieurs. The lantern room may hold more answers than this barren floor." The trio climbed the narrow staircase, their footsteps echoing in the hollow tower. The lantern room was a circular chamber, dominated by the massive, rusted lantern at its center. The glass walls offered a panoramic view of the stormy sea and the jagged cliffs of Blackthorn Point. The windows, as Jenkins had said, were barred. With thick iron, the gaps too narrow for even a child to slip through. The floor was covered in a thin layer of dust, disturbed only by the footprints of the constable and Clara from earlier that morning. Poirot circled the lantern, his fingers brushing against the cold metal. "This lantern," he said, "it has not been used in years, you say?" Not since I was a lad, Jenkins replied. The lighthouse was decommissioned after the new one was built further up the coast. Too many ships wrecked on these rocks, and this old beast wasn't reliable. Poirot nodded, his attention shifting to the floor. He crouched, his eyes scanning the dust. And yet, there is a disturbance here, near the lantern. Not footprints, but something else. A scrape, perhaps, as if an object was moved. Hastings peered over his shoulder. A scrape? Could it be from the chair downstairs? Nan, Hastings. The chair is too heavy, and there are no marks on the stairs to suggest it was carried up. No, this is something smaller, something deliberate. Poirot straightened, his eyes narrowing. The killer was here, in this room, and they left behind a trace, however small. Jenkins scratched his head again, his skepticism growing. I don't mean to doubt you, Mr. Poirot, but I can't see how anyone could have gotten in here, let alone out again. The door was bolted, and the sand outside was clean. Even if they somehow got in, how'd they lock it from the outside? Poirot's smile was enigmatic. That, constable, is the heart of the puzzle. The locked door is not a barrier, but a deception. The killer wished us to believe Vincent was alone, that no one could have entered or left. But the little grey cells, they see through such tricks. There is a method, a mechanism, perhaps even a secret passage, though I suspect something more elegant. Hastings frowned. A secret passage? In a lighthouse? That sounds a bit far-fetched. Poirot. Perhaps, but the mind of a killer is not bound by the ordinary Hastings. They think in curves where others see only straight lines. Poirot turned to the windows, his fingers tapping lightly against the bars. These bars, they are old, rusted, but intact. No one climbed through here. And yet, the candle, the note, the body, they all tell a story of someone who was here, someone who planned this crime with care. Jenkins shifted uncomfortably. So, what's your theory, sir? You've got me curious now. Poirot's eyes twinkled. A theory? Nan, constable, not yet. A hypothesis, perhaps. The killer entered the lighthouse, yes, but they did not leave through the door at least, not in the way we imagine. The bolt, it was engaged after the crime, by a means we have not yet discovered. A string, a wire, a hidden mechanism, something simple, yet ingenious. And the sand, so clean and untouched, it suggests the killer knew the storm would erase their tracks, or... He paused, his eyes gleaming. Or they never walked on the sand at all. Hastings blinked. Never walked on the sand. But how? Could they get to the lighthouse without leaving footprints? Poirot chuckled softly. Patience, mon ami. The answer lies in the details, the candle, the note, the dust, the shadow. All will become clear when the little grey cells have arranged the pieces. The trio descended the staircase, returning to the ground floor. Poirot lingered by the table, his eyes fixed on the candle. He picked it up, turning it over in his hands. This candle, he said. It is not merely a source of light, it is a witness. It burned while Vincent Penrose died, and it may yet tell us who was with him. Jenkins, growing impatient, crossed his arms. So, what now, Mr. Poirot? We've got a dead man, a locked door, and no suspects. The village is buzzing with talk of ghosts and curses, and I don't know how to calm them. Poirot's expression grew serious. Ghosts, constable, Nan, there are no ghosts here, only human greed and cunning. We must speak to the Penrose family, learn their secrets, and we must examine Vincent's paintings, for I suspect they hold more than mere art. But first, I must think. The little grey cells, they require silence to work their magic. As they stepped outside, the wind whipped across the cliffs, carrying the distant cry of gulls. The lighthouse loomed behind them, its shadow stretching across the sand like a dark finger pointing to the truth. Poirot adjusted his hat, his mind already racing through possibilities. The locked door was a challenge, a puzzle designed to baffle the ordinary mind. But Hercule Poirot was no ordinary mind. The village of St. Craigs Bay was a cluster of stone cottages huddled against the cliffs, their roofs battered by years of storms. The inn, a low, sprawling building called the Salty Anchor, was the heart of the community where fishermen swapped tales and travellers sought refuge. Poirot and Hastings returned there after their visit to the lighthouse, settling into a corner booth with cups of tea. The inn was quiet, save for the murmur of a few locals discussing the murder in hushed tones. Clara Penrose sat by the fire, her face pale, her hands twisting a handkerchief. Her mother, Eleanor, stood nearby, her posture rigid, her eyes fixed. On some distant point, Thomas, Clara's brother, was absent, likely holed up in his room at the Penrose estate. Scribbling his latest manuscript, Poirot sipped his tea, his eyes moving from Clara to Eleanor. The family Penrose, he said softly to Hastings. They are a tapestry of secrets, woven with threads of resentment and ambition. Clara, she is anxious, yes, but there is something more guilt perhaps, or fear. And Madame Eleanor, she is cold, but not unfeeling. There is pain beneath her composure. Hastings nodded, though he looked skeptical. You think one of them did it? But how, Poirot? The door, the sand, it's all so impossible. Impossible is a word for those who lack imagination, Hastings. The door was locked, yes, but locks can be manipulated. The sand was clean, but the storm was a convenient ally. We must consider every angle, every possibility. The candle, for instance, why was it lit? Was it to guide the killer or to mislead us? Hastings frowned, his pen pausing over his notebook. You keep coming back to that candle. What's so special about it? Poirot's eyes gleamed. The candle, mon ami, is a silent witness. It burned while Vincent died, and it tells us the killer was there, in the lighthouse, at a specific time. The wax, it is soft, not fully hardened. The wick, it is short, but not consumed. This suggests the candle was lit for only a short time, perhaps an hour, perhaps less. And yet Vincent was dead when Clara found him in the morning. The killer, they planned this with precision. Hastings leaned back, his expression thoughtful. So, you think the killer used the storm to cover their tracks? They got in, killed Vincent, lit the candle, and then, what? Locked the door from the outside somehow. Precisement, Poirot said, his voice low. The method, it is clever, but not magical. A string, perhaps, pulled through a crack in the doorframe to slide the bolt, or a tool used to manipulate the lock from outside. Or even, he paused, his eyes narrowing, a duplicate key hidden somewhere in the lighthouse, used to lock the door after the crime. Hastings's eyes widened. A duplicate key. But Jenkins said the lock was unique, made by the village locksmith years ago. And yet, Hastings, keys can be copied, locks can be studied. The killer is someone who knows this lighthouse, someone who has been here before, perhaps many times. We must learn more about Vincent Penrose's habits, his visitors, his enemies. Clara glanced. Over at them, her eyes redrimmed, Poirot noticed and beckoned her over. She approached hesitantly, her handkerchief clutched tightly. "Mr. Poirot," she said, her voice trembling, "have you found anything about my uncle's death?" Poirot's expression softened, but his eyes remained sharp. "Mademoiselle Clara, we have found much, but understood little. Tell me, this light you saw in the lighthouse, describe it again, s'il vous plaît." Clara swallowed, her hands trembling. "It was faint, like a candle flickering. I saw it from my window. At the estate, just before the storm got bad, I thought maybe Uncle Vincent was there, working on his paintings. He used to go to the lighthouse sometimes, to sketch or think. But when I went to check in the morning, the door was locked, and he was dead." Poirot nodded, his fingers steepled. "And this light, it was in the lantern room?" "Yes, I think so," Clara said. "It was high up, near the top of the lighthouse." "Most interesting," Poirot murmured. "And you are certain no one else was in the lighthouse that night?" Clara hesitated, her eyes darting to her mother, who was still standing by the window. I don't know. I didn't see anyone, but the storm was so loud, and the rain was heavy. Someone could have been there, I suppose." Poirot's smile was gentle but probing. "Merci, mademoiselle. You have been most helpful. Now, if you will excuse me, I must speak with your mother." Clara nodded and returned to her seat, her shoulders slumped. Poirot rose and approached Eleanor, who turned to face him, her expression guarded. "Mr. Poirot," she said, her voice clipped, "I hope you're making progress. This tragedy has shaken our family to its core." "Madame Penrose," Poirot said, bowing slightly, "I assure you, the little grey cells are working tirelessly. Tell me, when did you last see your brother-in-law Vincent?" Eleanor's lips tightened. "2 days ago, at the estate. He came to dinner, though he barely spoke. He was always distant, obsessed with his paintings and his secrets." "Secrets?" Poirot's eyes gleamed. "What kind of secrets, madame?" Eleanor hesitated, her fingers brushing against the brooch at her collar. "Vincent was a private man. He spoke little of his work or his past, but he was always muttering about the lighthouse, about some legacy our ancestor, Captain Penrose, left behind. I thought it was nonsense, the ramblings of an eccentric." Poirot nodded, his mind racing. "And this legacy, it was valuable, yes." Eleanor's eyes narrowed. "If you mean the rumours of treasure, I never believed them. Captain Penrose was a smuggler, yes, but any wealth he had was likely spent or lost long ago. Vincent's obsession with it was a waste of time. Perhaps," Poirot said, his tone neutral. "But obsessions, madame, they can drive men to great deeds or great crimes. Tell me, did Vincent have enemies? Anyone who wished him harm?" Eleanor's gaze hardened. "Vincent kept to himself, but he wasn't loved. His brother, Reginald, despised him for inheriting the bulk of their father's estate, and Thomas, my son, argued with him often about money. Vincent was difficult." Poirot nodded, filing away her words. "Merci, madame. Your candour is appreciated." As Eleanor turned back to the window, Poirot rejoined Hastings, his expression thoughtful. "The Penrose family," he said softly. "They are a nest of vipers, each with their own venom. But the killer, Hastings, they are not driven by passion alone. This crime, it is calculated, precise. The locked door, the clean sand, the candle, they are pieces of a puzzle, and I, Hercule Poirot, will solve it." Over the next few hours, Poirot and Hastings returned to the lighthouse. This time with a local blacksmith Mr. Grayson, who had crafted the original lock. Grayson, a wiry man with calloused hands, examined the bolt and key, shaking his head. "It's as I made it, Mr. Poirot," he said. "No one's tampered with it. The bolt's solid, and the key's the only one I ever made. I'd stake my reputation on it." Poirot's eyes twinkled. "Your reputation, Monsieur Grayson, is safe. But tell me, could a second key have been made without your knowledge?" Grayson frowned. "Possible, I suppose, but unlikely. The locks. A custom job, not easy to copy. You'd need skill and time and access to the original." Poirot nodded, his mind turning to the possibility of a duplicate key. He examined the doorframe again, searching for any sign of a hidden mechanism, a slot, a wire, anything that could have been used to manipulate the bolt. But the wood was smooth, the iron unyielding. He stepped back, his eyes scanning the exterior of the lighthouse. The sand, still damp from the storm, showed no footprints, no disturbances. The cliffs loomed above, their jagged edges offering no easy path to the lighthouse. Hastings, growing restless, paced nearby. Poirot were going in circles. The door, the sand, the candlelits, all leading nowhere. Maybe Jenkins is right, and it's some kind of supernatural nonsense. Tro's laugh was sharp and sudden. Supernatural, Nan, Hastings. The supernatural is the refuge of the lazy mind. This is a crime of human design, and humans, they leave traces, however small. We must look closer, think deeper. He returned to the candle, picking it up once more. The wax had hardened slightly, but the pool at its base was still soft. He scraped a small amount onto his glove, sniffing it. Paraffin, as expected. But there is something else, a faint scent, almost imperceptible. Oil, perhaps, or metal. He turned to Grayson. "Monsieur, is there oil used in the lighthouse, for the lantern or the lock?" Grayson shook his head. "Not anymore. The lantern's been dry for years, and the lock's greased with tallow, not oil." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "Tallow, you say, and yet I smell oil. Curious, Nan." He set the candle down and turned to the staircase. "Let us return to the lantern room. There is something there, something we have missed." They climbed the stairs again, the air growing colder as they ascended. In the lantern room, Poirot circled the massive lantern, his eyes scanning every inch. He paused at the base, where the scrape mark had caught his attention earlier. Kneeling, he ran his fingers along the floor, feeling for irregularities. His gloved hand brushed against a small groove, barely noticeable in the dust. He pressed harder, and a faint click echoed in the room. Hastings gasped, "Poirot, what was that?" Poirot's smile was triumphant. "A discovery, mon ami. A small one, but significant." He pressed again, and a narrow panel in the floor shifted, revealing a shallow compartment. Inside was a single object, a small, rusted key, its teeth matching the lock downstairs. Jenkins's eyes widened. Blimey, a second key. But how did it get here? Poirot held the key up to the light, his expression unreadable. "That, constable, is the question. This key, it was hidden deliberately, perhaps by Vincent himself, perhaps by his killer. It suggests access to the lighthouse was possible, even with the door bolted. But it does not solve the puzzle, none, it only deepens it." Hastings frowned. "Deepens it. But if there's a second key, that means someone could have locked the door from the outside, right?" "Perhaps," Poirot said, slipping the key into his pocket. "But the sand, Hastings, the sand remains untouched." The killer did not walk to the lighthouse, or their footprints would remain, storm or no storm. No, there is another piece to this puzzle, a piece we have not yet found. As they descended the staircase, Poirot's mind was a whirlwind of possibilities. The key, the candle, the note, they were all clues, but they pointed in different directions. The killer had planned this crime with meticulous care, creating an illusion of impossibility. But Poirot knew that no crime was truly impossible, not when the little grey cells were at work. Back at the Salty Anchor, Poirot sat by the fire, his eyes half closed, his fingers steepled. Hastings watched him, knowing better than to interrupt. The inn was quieter now, the locals having dispersed to their homes. Clara and Eleanor had retired to the Penrose estate, and Jenkins was off filing his report. The storm had passed, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. "Hastings," Poirot said at last, his voice soft but firm, "this case, it is a masterpiece of deception. The locked door, it is not just a barrier, it is a statement. The killer wishes us to believe in the impossible, to doubt our own reason. But reason, it will prevail. The candle, the key, the note, they are threads in a tapestry, and I begin to see the pattern." Hastings leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "What pattern, Poirot? You've got that look in your eye, the one that means you're onto something." Poirot's smile was faint but confident. "The pattern, mon ami, is one of misdirection. The killer is clever, but not infallible. They have left clues, however small, and those clues will lead us to the truth. Tomorrow we will examine Vincent's paintings, for I suspect they hold the key to more than just his death. But for now, let us rest. The little grey cells, they require repose to work their magic." As the fire crackled and the sea roared, in the distance, Poirot closed his eyes, his mind already weaving the threads of the puzzle into a coherent whole. The locked door was a challenge, but it was one he would overcome. For Hercule Poirot, there was no such thing as an impossible crime. Chapter 5. The artist's secret. The morning sun filtered through the heavy lace curtains of the Penrose family's parlour, casting intricate patterns across the polished oak floor. Hercule Poirot stood in the centre of the room, his small, precise hands clasped behind his back, his sharp eyes scanning the walls adorned with Vincent Penrose's paintings. The air carried a faint scent of linseed oil and turpentine, a reminder of the late artist's obsessive craft. Captain Hastings sat in a high-backed chair near the window, his notebook open, scribbling observations with a furrowed brow. Clara Penrose, her pale face framed by dark curls, hovered near a side table, her fingers nervously tracing the edge of a silver tea tray. Poirot's attention was drawn to a particular canvasser brooding depiction of Blackthorn Point's lighthouse, its stark white tower rising against a turbulent sky. The painting was heavy with shadow, the brushstrokes bold yet deliberate, as if Vincent had poured some hidden truth into the work. Poirot tilted his head, his moustache twitching slightly as he considered the composition. "Mademoiselle Clara," he said, his voice soft but commanding, "you spoke of your uncle's obsession with a family treasure. These paintings they hold the key to this mystery, or are they merely the musings of a troubled mind?" Clara's eyes flickered toward the lighthouse painting, then darted away. "Uncle Vincent was secretive," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He spent hours in his studio, painting, sketching, muttering about the past. He said the jewels, Captain Penrose's jewels, were real, not just a story. He believed they were hidden somewhere in St. Crag's Bay, and his paintings." She hesitated, glancing at her mother, Eleanor, who stood rigidly by the fireplace, her lips pressed into a thin line. He thought they were a map, in a way. Poirot nodded, his gaze returning to the canvas. A map, you say, most intriguing. And yet, a map must have a destination, n'est-ce pas? Tell me, what did your uncle say about these jewels? Clara clasped her hands together, her knuckles whitening. They belonged to our ancestor, Captain Isaiah Penrose, a smuggler who sailed these waters 2 centuries ago. The story goes that he hid a fortune in rare jewels, emeralds, sapphires, diamonds somewhere, along the coast before he was caught and hanged. Uncle Vincent was convinced the treasure was still out there, and he spent years trying to find it. He said the paintings were his way of preserving the clues. Hastings looked up from his notebook, his pencil pausing. Preserving clues. Sounds like a lot of rot to me. Why not just write down where the treasure is, if he knew? Poirot raised a hand, silencing his friend with a gentle gesture. The mind of an artist, mon ami, does not always follow the straight path. Monsieur Vincent, perhaps, saw the world in symbols, in shadows. To him, the canvas was a safer vault than any diary. He stepped closer to the lighthouse painting, his eyes narrowing as he studied a peculiar detail. A shadowy figure standing at the base of the tower, almost hidden in the folds of the painted storm clouds. The figure's outline was indistinct, but its presence felt deliberate, as if Vincent had meant for it to be noticed by the discerning eye. Regard as Poirot murmured, pointing to the figure. This shadow it is not merely an artistic flourish. It has purpose. Mademoiselle Clara, did your uncle ever speak of this figure, or why he painted it? Clara shook her head, her expression troubled. No, never. But he was always talking about the shadow in his last weeks. I thought he was just losing himself, you know. He was so consumed by the treasure, by the past. He'd lock himself in his studio for days, painting, sketching, writing in that little notebook of his notebook. Poirot's voice sharpened, though his tone remained polite. 42, you did not mention a notebook before, mademoiselle. Clara flushed, her hands twisting in her skirt. I forgot. It was small, leather-bound, always in his pocket. He'd scribble in it constantly, especially when he was working on a painting. I don't know where it is now. Maybe it's still in the lighthouse. Eleanor Penrose spoke for the first time, her voice icy. Clara, you should not trouble Monsieur Poirot with such trivialities. My brother was a fanciful man, always chasing myths. His notebook was likely filled with nonsense sketches of waves, poetic drivel about the sea. There's no treasure, and there never was. Poirot turned to her, his eyes gleaming with interest. Madame, you were quick to dismiss the treasure, yet your brother believed in it enough to dedicate his life to its pursuit. Why such certainty that it is a myth? Eleanor's jaw tightened. Because I know my family, Monsieur Poirot. Isaiah Penrose was a criminal, nothing more. If there were jewels, they were stolen goods, and they're long gone sold, lost, or buried in some forgotten cave. Vincent's obsession was a waste of his talent, and it drove him to madness. Perhaps, Poirot said, his tone neutral. And yet, madness or no, someone saw fit to end his life in that lighthouse. A myth does not provoke murder, Madame Penrose. A secret does. The room fell silent, the weight of Poirot's words settling over them like a fog. Hastings shifted uncomfortably in his chair, while Clara's eyes darted to the floor. Eleanor's expression remained unreadable, but her fingers tightened around the mantelpiece. Poirot returned his attention to the painting, his mind working rapidly. The brushstrokes, he noticed, formed an unusual pattern near the lighthouses. Base a series of short, jagged lines that seemed out of place in the otherwise fluid composition. He leaned closer, his gloved finger hovering just above the canvas. "Curio," he muttered. "These lines, they are not random. They suggest a code, perhaps, or a marker." Hastings stood and joined him, squinting at the painting. "Code looks like a bit of sloppy painting to me, Poirot." The chap was an artist, not a cryptographer. Poirot smiled faintly. "Mon ami, you underestimate the ingenuity of the creative mind. An artist may hide his secrets in plain sight, where only those who seek will find." He turned to Clara. "Mademoiselle, are there other paintings like this one? Others that feature the lighthouse or Blackthorn Point?" Clara nodded, her voice steadier now. "Yes, there are several in his studio upstairs. Would you like to see them?" "Mais oui," Poirot said, his eyes alight with anticipation. "Let us explore the world of Monsieur Vincent's imagination. It may yet reveal what he could not say in life." The Penrose family's manor was a labyrinth of creaking floorboards and shadowed corridors, its walls lined with portraits and seascapes that spoke of a family steeped in maritime history. Clara led Poirot and Hastings to Vincent's studio, a cluttered attic room with sloping ceilings and a large skylight that bathed the space in soft, grey light. Canvases were stacked against the walls, some covered with dust sheets, others left exposed, their colours vivid against the drab surroundings. Easels held half-finished works, and a workbench was strewn with paint tubes, brushes, and scraps of paper. Poirot moved through the room with the precision of a cat, his eyes darting from one painting to another. Each canvas seemed to tell a story of the sea, stormy waves, jagged cliffs, and the ever-present lighthouse on Blackthorn Point. But it was the recurring motifs that caught his attention, the shadowy figure, the jagged lines, and, in one painting, a faint outline of what appeared to be a cave mouth hidden in the cliffs. "This one," Poirot said, pausing before a smaller canvas. It depicted a stormy night, with the lighthouse's beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating a rocky outcrop below. At the edge of the outcrop stood the shadowy figure, its form more defined than in the other paintings. Poirot pointed to a cluster of brushstrokes near the figure's feet lines that mirrored those in the lighthouse painting downstairs. "These marks, they are identical, a pattern repeated." Monsieur Vincent was leaving a trail. Clara, standing by the door, bit her lip. "I don't understand. What kind of trail?" Poirot did not answer immediately. Instead, he moved to another painting, this one showing the interior of the lighthouse. The lantern room was depicted in meticulous detail, with the great glass lens at its center. But in the shadows of the room, barely visible, was a singular cross within a circle, painted in a faint, almost translucent hue. Poirot's eyes narrowed. This symbol, it is not accidental. It appears in multiple works, always hidden, always subtle. "Mademoiselle, did your uncle ever speak of such a mark?" Clara shook her head, but her expression betrayed a flicker. "Of recognition? Not exactly, but he once mentioned something about the sign of the captain. I thought it was just another of his stories. He was always talking about Captain Penrose, as if the man was still alive, guiding him." Hastings snorted. "Guiding him. Sounds like the poor fellow was off his rocker. All this talk of treasures and signs, it's like something out of a penny dreadful." Poirot's lips curved into a faint smile. "And yet, Mon ami, even the most fantastical tales may hide a kernel of truth. The question is, what truth did Monsieur Vincent seek to protect, and why did it cost him his life? He moved to the workbench, sifting through the scattered papers. Most were sketches quick, rough drawings of the lighthouse, the cliffs, the sea. But one sheet caught his eye, a detailed drawing of the lighthouse's lantern room, with the cross and circle symbols sketched in the margin. Beside it, in Vincent's spidery handwriting, was a single word, beneath, beneath, Poirot. Repeated, his voice low. Beneath what, I wonder? The lighthouse, the cliffs, or something more abstract beneath the surface of his art? Clara stepped closer, her curiosity overcoming her unease. Do you think he found the treasure? Is that why he was killed? Poirot's eyes met hers, sharp and searching. It is possible, mademoiselle. But it is also possible that he found something else, something more dangerous than jewels. A secret, perhaps, that someone wished to keep buried. The rest of the morning was spent cataloguing Vincent's paintings, with Poirot and Hastings meticulously examining each one for clues. The studio yielded a dozen canvases featuring the lighthouse or Blackthorn Point, and in each the same motifs appeared: the shadowy figure, the jagged lines, the cross and circle symbol. Poirot began to suspect that Vincent had constructed a visual puzzle, one that required all the paintings to be viewed together to reveal their meaning as they worked. Clara shared more about her uncle's final months. He was different this past year, she said, sitting on a stool near the skylight. More secretive, more intense. He stopped going to the village, stopped seeing friends. He'd spend all his time in the lighthouse or here in the studio. Mother thought he was losing his mind, but I think he was afraid. Poirot's voice was gentle but probing. Of what, mademoiselle? Clara hesitated, her eyes flicking toward the door as if expecting someone to interrupt. I don't know exactly, but once, when I brought him tea, I heard him muttering about the shadow watching. He said it wasn't safe to talk, that someone was always listening. I thought he meant the family, but now I'm not void it sure. Poirot nodded, his mind already piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. Fear can make a man reckless, mademoiselle, but it can also make him careful. Your uncle, I think, was careful in his own way, hiding his truths in his art, where only those who seek would find them. The afternoon brought a change in the weather, with dark clouds rolling in from the sea, casting a gloom over St. Crag's Bay. Poirot and Hastings returned to the inn to discuss their findings, settling into the cosy, firelit parlour with cups of strong tea. Hastings spread out his notes, which included rough sketches of the symbols and patterns they'd found in Vincent's paintings. It's all so dashed cryptic, he grumbled. Why couldn't he just leave a proper map, like any sensible chap? Poirot chuckled, sipping his tea. Because, mon ami, a proper map could be stolen, lost, or destroyed. A painting, however writ, is a work of art, a thing of beauty, and thus it endures. Vincent Penrose was not a man of direct paths. He was an artist, and his clues are woven into the very fabric of his work. Hastings frowned, flipping through his notes. So, what's our next move? We've got symbols, shadows, and a word beneath. It's not exactly a treasure map. Not yet, Poirot said, his eyes gleaming. But we have the pieces of the puzzle, the lighthouse, the shadow, the symbol, the cave. These are not random. They form a sequence, a story told in paint and shadow. Our task is to read it correctly. He set down his teacup and stood, pacing the small parlour with his characteristic energy. Consider, Hastings. The lighthouse is the focal point of every painting. It is the anchor, the centre. The shadow points to something hidden, perhaps literally, perhaps figuratively. The symbol, this cross within a circle, is a marker, a signpost, and beneath suggests a location, a place hidden from view. I propose we return to the lighthouse tonight, at dusk, when the light and shadow play their parts. Vincent's paintings suggest a specific time, a specific alignment. We must see what the shadow reveals. Hastings looked skeptical, but nodded. Righto, Poirot. Back to the lighthouse, it is, but I hope you're right about this shadow business, or we'll be chasing ghosts in the dark. Poirot's smile was enigmatic. Ghosts, mon ami, do not leave footprints or the lack thereof, but secrets. Secrets leave traces, and we shall find them. As dusk approached, Poirot and Hastings made their way to Blackthorn Point, the wind carrying the salt temps of the sea. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the fading light. Clara had insisted on joining them, her face pale, but determined. If there's something in there, she said, her voice trembling, I want to know. I owe it to Uncle Vincent. The trio climbed the spiral stairs to the lantern room, where the great glass lens stood silent, its light long extinguished. Poirot carried a lantern, its glow casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. He studied the room, his eyes tracing the lines of the paintings in his mind. The shadow knows the truth, he murmured, recalling Vincent's cryptic note. Let us see what truth it holds. He positioned himself near the lens, orienting himself to match the perspective of the painting. The sun was low, its light slanting through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Poirot watched as the shadow of the lens's frame moved slowly, aligning with a particular stone in the wall, a stone marked with a faint, weathered carving of the cross and circle symbol. There, he said, pointing. The shadow points to the truth. Hastings and Clara followed his gaze, and together they examined the stone. It was slightly loose, and with some effort, Hastings pried it free, revealing a small, hollow compartment. Inside was a folded piece of parchment, a fragment of a map, its edges brittle with age. The map showed Blackthorn Point and the cliffs below with a single, clear mark, a cave entrance, hidden beneath the rocks. Poirot unfolded the map carefully, his eyes gleaming with triumph. The first piece of the puzzle, Mies Amos, Vincent, has shown us the way. Clara stared at the map, her breath catching the cave. He always said the treasure was beneath the point. Do you think it's really there? Poirot's expression was unreadable. I think, mademoiselle, that your uncle left us a path to follow. Whether it leads to jewels or something else, we shall soon discover. The discovery of the map fragment marked a turning point in the investigation, but Poirot knew the journey was far from over. The cave beneath Blackthorn Point beckoned, its secrets guarded by time and stone. As they descended the lighthouse stairs, the wind howled outside, carrying the promise of answers and the threat of danger. Vincent Penn paintings had spoken, but the truth they hid was still shrouded in shadow. Chapter 6. A stranger in the village. The storm had passed, leaving St. Crag's Bay draped in a damp, salty mist that clung to the cobblestones and seeped into the bones of the village's ancient stone cottages. Hercule Poirot, ever fastidious, adjusted his scarf against the chill as he stood outside the Seagull's Rest, the inn that had become his temporary haven. The morning sun struggled through a veil of clouds, casting a pale light over the harbour, where fishing boats bobbed like weary sentinels. The village, though quaint, carried an air of unease, as if the storm had stirred more than just the sea. Poor Hastings snorted. Guiding him sounds like the poor fellow was off his rocker. All this talk of treasures and signs, it's like something out of a penny dreadful. Poirot's lips curved into a faint smile. And yet, mon ami, even the most fantastical tales may hide a kernel of truth. The question is, what truth did Monsieur Vincent seek to protect, and why did it cost him his life? He moved to the workbench, sifting through the scattered papers. Most were sketches, quick, rough drawings of the lighthouse, the cliffs, the sea. But one sheet caught his eye, a detailed drawing of the lighthouse's lantern room, with the cross and circle symbol sketched in the margin. Beside it, in Vincent's spidery handwriting, was a single word, beneath. Beneath, Poirot repeated, his voice low. Beneath what, I wonder? The lighthouse, the cliffs, or something more abstract beneath the surface of his art? Clara stepped closer, her curiosity overcoming her unease. Do you think he found the treasure? Is that why he was killed? Poirot's eyes met hers, sharp and searching. It is possible, mademoiselle, but it is also possible that he found something else, something more dangerous than jewels. A secret, perhaps, that someone wished to keep buried. The rest of the morning was spent cataloguing Vincent's paintings, with Poirot and Hastings meticulously examining each one for clues. The studio yielded a dozen canvases featuring the lighthouse or Blackthorn Point, and in each the same motifs appeared: the shadowy figure, the jagged lines, the cross and circle symbol. Poirot began to suspect that Vincent had constructed a visual puzzle, one that required all the paintings to be viewed together to reveal their meaning as they worked. Clara shared more about her uncle's final months. He was different this past year, she said, sitting on a stool near the skylight, more secretive, more intense. He stopped going to the village, stopped seeing friends. He'd spend all his time in the lighthouse or here in the studio. Mother thought he was losing his mind, but I think he was afraid. Poirot's voice was gentle but probing. Of what, mademoiselle? Clara hesitated, her eyes flicking toward the door as if expecting someone to interrupt. I don't know exactly, but once, when I brought him tea, I heard him muttering about the shadow watching. He said it wasn't safe to talk, that someone was always listening. I thought he meant the family, but now I'm not _void at shore. Poirot nodded, his mind already piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. Fear can make a man reckless, mademoiselle, but it can also make him careful. Your uncle, I think, was careful in his own way, hiding his truths in his art, where only those who seek would find them. The afternoon brought a change in the weather, with dark clouds rolling in from the sea, casting a gloom over St. Crag's Bay. Poirot and Hastings returned to the inn to discuss their findings, settling into the cosy, fire-lit parlour with cups of strong tea. Hastings spread out his notes, which included rough sketches of the symbols and patterns they'd found in Vincent's paintings. It's all so dashed cryptic, he grumbled. Why couldn't he just leave a proper map, like any sensible chap? Poirot chuckled, sipping his tea. Because, mon ami, a proper map could be stolen, lost, or destroyed. A painting, however, is a work of art, a thing of beauty, and thus it endures. Vincent Penrose was not a man of direct paths. He was an artist, and his clues are woven into the very fabric of his work. Hastings frowned, flipping through his notes. So, what's our next move? We've got symbols, shadows, and a word beneath. It's not exactly a treasure map. Not yet, Poirot said, his eyes gleaming. But we have the pieces. Of the puzzle, the lighthouse, the shadow, the symbol, the cave, these are not random. They form a sequence, a story told in paint and shadow. Our task is to read it correctly. He set down his teacup and stood, pacing the small parlor with his characteristic energy. Consider, Hastings. The lighthouse is the focal point of every painting. It is the anchor, the center. The shadow points to something hidden, perhaps literally, perhaps figuratively. The symbol, this cross within a circle, is a marker, a signpost, and beneath suggests a location, a place hidden from view. I propose we return to the lighthouse tonight, at dusk, when the light and shadow play their parts. Vincent's paintings suggest a specific time, a specific alignment. We must see what the shadow reveals. Hastings looked skeptical but nodded. Righto, Poirot. Back to the lighthouse it is. But I hope you're right about this shadow business, or we'll be chasing ghosts in the dark. Poirot's smile was enigmatic. Ghosts, mon ami, do not leave footprints or the lack thereof, but secrets. Secrets leave traces, and we shall find them. As dusk approached, Poirot and Hastings made their way to Blackthorn Point, the wind carrying the salt temps of the sea. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the fading light. Clara had insisted on joining them, her face pale, but determined. "If there's something in there," she said, her voice trembling, "I want to know. I owe it to Uncle Vincent." The trio climbed the spiral stairs to the lantern room, where the great glass lens stood silent, its light long extinguished. Poirot carried a lantern, its glow casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. He studied the room, his eyes tracing the lines of the paintings in his mind. "The shadow knows the truth," he murmured, recalling Vincent's cryptic note. "Let us see what truth it holds." He positioned himself near the lens, orienting himself to match the perspective of the painting. The sun was low, its light slanting through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Poirot watched as the shadow of the lens's frame moved slowly, aligning with a particular stone in the wall, a stone marked with a faint, weathered carving of the cross and circle symbol. "There," he said, pointing. "The shadow points to the truth." Hastings and Clara followed his gaze, and together they examined the stone. It was slightly loose, and with some effort, Hastings pried it free, revealing a small, hollow compartment. Inside was a folded piece of parchment, a fragment of a map, its edges brittle with age. The map showed Blackthorn Point and the cliffs below with a single, clear mark, a cave entrance, hidden beneath the rocks. Poirot unfolded the map carefully, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "The first piece of the puzzle, Mies, Miss Vincent, has shown us the way." Clara stared at the map, her breath catching. "The cave. He always said the treasure was beneath the point. Do you think it's really there?" Poirot's expression was unreadable. "I think, mademoiselle, that your uncle left us a path to follow. Whether it leads to jewels or something else, we shall soon discover." The discovery of the map fragment marked a turning point in the investigation, but Poirot knew the journey was far from over. The cave beneath Blackthorn Point beckoned, its secrets guarded by time and stone. As they descended the lighthouse stairs, the wind howled outside, carrying the promise of answers and the threat of danger. Vincent Penrose's paintings had spoken, but the truth they hid was still shrouded in shadow. Roth's sharp eyes scanned the street, Captain Hastings, his loyal companion, stood beside him, puffing on a pipe and squinting at the horizon. Odd place, this, Hastings remarked, his voice muffled by the pipe. Everyone seems to know everyone else's business, yet no one's talking about Vincent Penrose's death. You'd think a murder in a locked lighthouse would have tongues wagging. Indeed, mon ami Poirot replied, his moustache twitching slightly. But it is precisely in such silences that the truth hides. The villagers, they know more than they say, and it is our task to coax it from them. As they spoke, a figure emerged from the mist, striding purposefully toward the inn. He was a tall man, lean and angular, with a face shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat. His coat, though well-cut, was slightly worn at the cuffs, suggesting a man of means who had fallen on harder times. He carried a leather satchel, and his eyes darted about, taking in the village with a keen, almost predatory interest. "Who's that, then?" Hastings muttered, lowering his pipe. Poirot's gaze followed the stranger. "That, Hastings, is a man who does not belong. Observe the way he moves, too deliberate, too watchful. He is not a tourist, nor a fisherman. Nan, he is something else." Entirely, the stranger paused at the inn's entrance, glancing up at the weathered sign before stepping inside. Poirot and Hastings followed, their curiosity piqued. The inn's common room was warm, smelling of wood smoke and fresh bread. Mrs. Trelawney, the innkeeper, was bustling behind the counter, her round face flushed from the morning's work. A few villagers sat at tables, nursing mugs of tea or ale. Their conversations hushed as the stranger entered. "Good morning," the man said, his voice smooth but with a faint edge, like a blade wrapped in velvet. "I'm looking for a room. I'll be staying a few days." Mrs. Trelawney sized him up, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Name Harrow. James Harrow." He offered a polite smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm an art collector, here to study the works of Vincent Penrose. I heard he was quite the talent." The mention of Vincent's name sent a ripple through the room. A fisherman at a nearby table coughed into his mug, and a woman in a shawl glanced up sharply before returning to her knitting. Poirot, seated near the fire, noted every reaction, his mind cataloguing the subtle shifts in posture and expression. "Vincent Penrose, eh?" Mrs. Trelawney said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Well, you've come at a strange time, Mr. Harrow. He's passed on just yesterday. Terrible business." Harrow's face registered surprise, though Poirot suspected it was rehearsed. "Passed on, how dreadful. I had hoped to meet him. His paintings, you see, have a certain reputation." "Reputation?" Hastings interjected, unable to resist. "What sort of reputation?" Harrow turned, his eyes locking onto Hastings with a cool intensity. "They say his work captures the soul of this coast, its secrets, its shadows. I was hoping to acquire a piece or two for my collection." Poirot leaned forward, his hands folded neatly on the table. "Monsieur Harrow, you arrive in St. Crag's Bay the day after a murder most curious, seeking the work of the very man who has met his end. This is, how you say, a coincidence remarkable." Harrow's smile tightened. "A coincidence, yes. I assure you, Mr. Poirot, Hercule Poirot." He inclined his head slightly, his eyes never leaving Harrow's face. "And this is my friend, Captain Hastings." "A pleasure," Harrow said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "I'm afraid I know nothing of this murder. I was travelling by coach during the storm last night. Nearly got stranded on the cliffs, indeed." Poirot's voice was soft, almost soothing, but there was a steel beneath it, And where were you, precisely, when this storm raged? Harrow hesitated, just for a moment. On the road from Penzance. The driver took a detour to avoid flooding. We arrived late, after midnight. Poirot nodded, as if satisfied, but his mind was already turning. A man claiming to be an art collector, arriving in a remote village mere hours after a murder, was no ordinary visitor. There was something about Harrow's demeanor, too polished. To control that suggested he was more than he seemed. As Harrow retreated to his room upstairs, Hastings leaned closer to Poirot. "I don't trust him. Poirot, he's got shifty eyes, and showing up now, of all times, smells fishy to me." "Fishy, perhaps," Poirot murmured, "but it is not the scent of the sea that troubles me. It is the scent of a secret, Hastings. Monsieur Harrow knows more than he tells, and we shall discover what it is." The day unfolded slowly, the village settling into its routine despite the shadow of Vincent Penrose's death. Poirot and Hastings decided to visit the harbour, where fishermen were mending nets and unloading their morning catch. The air was thick with the smell of salt and seaweed, and gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp against the rhythmic crash of waves. Poirot's purpose was twofold: to gather gossip from the villagers and to observe the lighthouse on Blackthorn Point, which stood like a silent sentinel at the edge of the cliffs. Its whitewashed tower was streaked with salt and age, its lantern room dark and lifeless. Yet Clara Penrose's claim of a strange light the previous night lingered in Poirot's mind, a puzzle piece that did not yet fit. As they approached a group of fishermen, Poirot adopted his most charming smile. "Bonjour, messieurs. A fine morning, is it not? I am Hercule Poirot, a visitor to your charming village. I am curious about the lighthouse, such a striking feature of the landscape." The fishermen exchanged glances, their hands pausing over their nets. The eldest, a grizzled man with a face like weathered oak, spoke first. "Ain't much to tell, sir. Blackthorn Point's been empty for years. No keeper since old man Penrose, that is, died in '95. Yet," Poirot said, his tone light, "I hear talk of a light seen in the tower last night. Most curious, Nan." The fisherman shifted uncomfortably. A younger man, his hands stained with fish oil, muttered, "Clara Penrose said she saw it. But she's always been a fanciful one. Probably just the storm playing tricks. Or ghosts," another fisherman added, half joking, though his eyes darted toward the lighthouse. "Folks say Blackthorn Point's cursed. Always has been." Poirot's moustache twitched. Cursed. A fascinating notion. And what of Vincent Penrose? Was he, too, touched by this curse? The old fisherman spat into the sand. Vincent was a queer sort, kept to himself, painting them strange pictures. Some say he saw things he shouldn't have, years back. A crime, maybe. Never told no one, but it changed him. A crime. Hastings pressed, his curiosity getting the better of him. "What kind?" The fisherman shrugged. "Dunno. Old rumours. Smugglers used to run these coasts, back in Captain Penrose's day. Vincent was just a lad then, but folks say he saw something in the caves. Never was the same after." Poirot filed this information away, his mind racing. A crime witnessed by Vincent, perhaps connected to the family's rumoured treasure, could provide a motive for murder. And now, with Harrow's arrival, the threads of the mystery were growing ever more tangled. That afternoon, Poirot and Hastings returned to the inn for lunch, where they found Clara Penrose seated by the window, her face pale and her hands clasped. tightly around a cup of tea. She looked up as they entered, her eyes wide with anxiety. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "have you learned anything about my uncle's death? The constable says it's a locked room. Mystery impossible to solve." Poirot took a seat opposite her, his expression sympathetic but probing. "Mademoiselle, the impossible is merely a challenge to the little grey cells. Tell me, this light you saw in the lighthouse, describe it to me precisely." Clara hesitated, her fingers tightening on the cup. It was faint, flickering, like a candle. "I saw it through my bedroom window, just after the storm began. I thought it was my uncle, but now I'm not sure." "He was already dead by then, wasn't he?" Poirot nodded slowly. "Perhaps. And yet, a light in an abandoned lighthouse is most intriguing. Tell me, mademoiselle, did your uncle ever speak of a crime he witnessed, perhaps in his youth?" Clara's eyes widened, and she shook her head quickly. "No, never. He was private, always painting or sketching. He didn't talk much about the past." Poirot studied her, noting the slight tremor in her voice, the way her gaze darted to the side. She was hiding something, he was certain, but whether it was fear or guilt, he could not yet say. Before he could press further, the door to the inn swung open, and James Harrow reappeared, his satchel slung over his shoulder. He nodded politely to Clara before addressing Poirot. "Mr. Poirot, I understand you're investigating Vincent's death. I wonder if I might assist. His paintings, you see, are of great interest to me. They may hold clues to his unfortunate end." Poirot's eyes gleamed. "An offer most generous, Monsieur Harrow. Perhaps you would join us this afternoon to view Vincent's studio. I am told his work is most revealing." Harrow agreed, and Poirot sensed an opportunity. The art collector, or whatever he truly was, might reveal more than he intended in the presence of Vincent's paintings. Vincent Penrose's studio was a small, cluttered cottage at the edge of the village, its windows overlooking the sea. The air inside was thick with the smell of turpentine and oil paint, and canvases were stacked against every wall. Some were landscapes of the coast, others abstract swirls of color, but all bore the same haunting quality, a sense of secrets hidden in plain sight. Harrow moved through the room with a practiced eye, pausing to examine a painting of Blackthorn Point at dusk. The lighthouse loomed in the foreground, its shadow stretching across the cliffs like a dark finger. "Remarkable," Harrow murmured, "the use of shadow. It's almost as if he's hiding something in the composition." "Indeed," Poirot said, watching Harrow closely. "And what, monsieur, do you believe he is hiding?" Harrow smiled faintly. "An artist's mind is a labyrinth, but I've heard rumors, old stories, about the Penrose family and a treasure lost to time. Vincent's work might hold the key." Hastings, who had been poking through a stack of sketches, held up a drawing of a cave, its entrance framed by jagged rocks. "Look at this, Poirot. It's the cave beneath Blackthorn Point, isn't it?" Clara mentioned it. Poirot took the sketch, his eyes narrowing as he studied the intricate lines. The cave was depicted with unusual detail, and in the shadows, a faint outline of a figure seemed to lurk. "Most interesting," he said softly. "Mademoiselle Clara, you did not mention your uncle's fascination with this cave." Clara, who had joined them reluctantly, flushed. I didn't think it was important. He painted all sorts of things. The cave was just a story, something about our ancestor, Captain Penrose, and his smuggling days." Harrow's eyes flicked to Clara, then back to the sketch. Smugglers often hid their spoils in such places. If Vincent was painting this cave, he might have been searching for something. Poirot's mind was racing. The cave, the treasure, the light in the lighthouse all were connected, he was certain, and Harrow's interest in Vincent's paintings suggested he knew more than he was letting on. Was he truly an art collector, or was he after the same treasure that had cost Vincent his life? As they left the studio, Poirot caught sight of a villager loitering near the cottager, wiry man, with a scarred face, his eyes fixed on Harrow. Poirot recognized him as one of the fishermen from the harbour, but there was something in his posture that suggested more than idle curiosity. "Hastings," Poirot murmured as they walked back to the inn, "we must keep a close eye on Monsieur Harrow, and we must learn more about this crime Vincent witnessed. The past, mon ami, is reaching out to the present, and it is most dangerous." That evening, the inn was abuzz with gossip. The news of Harrow's arrival had spread, and the villagers were divided. Some saw him as a harmless eccentric, others as an outsider stirring trouble. Poirot sat by the fire, sipping a tisane and listening to the chatter. Hastings, ever restless, paced the room, his mind clearly on Harrow. "I say, Poirot," he said at last, "what if Harrow was at the lighthouse before the storm? He could have seen something or done something. His story about the coach doesn't add up. No one else saw him arrive." Poirot nodded. "A point well made, Hastings. I have asked Mrs. Trelawney to make inquiries about the coach from Penzance. We shall see if Monsieur Harrow's tale holds water." As if on cue, Mrs. Trelawney approached, her face grim. "Mr. Poirot, I spoke to the coachman who came through last night. He says he had no passengers from Penzance. The road was too flooded." "For travel?" Poirot's eyes gleamed. "Merci, madame. This is most illuminating." Hastings grinned. "Got him. He's lying, Poirot. I knew he was shifty." "Not so fast, mon ami," Poirot cautioned. "A lie does not make a murderer, but it does make a man worth watching. Tomorrow we shall visit the lighthouse again. The light Mademoiselle Clara saw, the paintings, the cave-all are pieces of the puzzle. And Monsieur Harrow, I think, holds another." As the fire crackled and the wind howled outside, Poirot leaned back in his chair, his mind a whirl of possibilities. The stranger in the village had brought a new thread to the mystery, and Hercule Poirot was determined to unravel it, no matter how deeply it was woven into the secrets of St. Crag's Bay. The following morning, Poirot and Hastings set out for Blackthorn Point, the lighthouse looming ahead like a silent accusation. The tide was low, exposing the rocky shore below the cliffs, and the air was sharp with the tens of seaweed. As they approached the lighthouse, Poirot's eyes scanned the ground, searching for any sign of disturbance. "Look here, Poirot," Hastings called, pointing to a patch of sand. "Near the base of the tower. Footprints, fresh ones, by the look of it." Poirot knelt, his gloved fingers tracing the edges of the prints. They were deep, made by a man's boots, and led toward the cliffs before vanishing into the rocks. "Most curious," he murmured. "These were made after the storm, when the sand was wet. Someone was here, perhaps watching the lighthouse." "Could be Harrow," Hastings suggested. "He was out here before the storm, wasn't he?" "Perhaps," Poirot said, rising. "But we must not leap to conclusions. The footprints, they tell a story, but not the whole story. Come, let us enter the lighthouse." The door to the lighthouse was still sealed with the constable's lock, but Poirot had obtained the key. Inside, the air was damp and cold, the spiral staircase creaking under their weight. They climbed to the lantern room, where Vincent Penrose's body had been found. The bolted door and cryptic note still fresh in Poirot's mind. The room was as they had left it. The single candle stub still on the table, its wax hardened into a pool. Poirot examined the lantern, its glass panels cracked but intact. "Mademoiselle Clara's light," he said softly. "It was not this lantern, I think, but something else, a candle, perhaps, or a smaller lamp." Hastings frowned. But why light a candle in an abandoned lighthouse? Unless someone was signalling. Poirot's eyes gleamed. Exactement, Hastings. A signal, or perhaps a lure. The question is, to whom? As they descended the staircase, a sound caught Poirot's ear, faint scraping, like stone on stone. He froze, motioning for Hastings to be silent. The sound came from below, near the base of the tower. Moving swiftly but silently, Poirot led the way down, his hand on the railing dot at the bottom. They found the source. A loose stone in the wall had been pried open, revealing a small cavity. Inside was a scrap of paper, yellowed with age, bearing a single word in faded ink: Cove. Poirot's moustache twitched. The cave, Hastings. It is always the cave. This lighthouse holds more secrets than we imagined. As they stepped outside, Poirot's eyes caught a flicker of movement on the cliffs, a figure, too distant to identify, slipping into the shadows. "Quickly, Hastings," he said, his voice urgent. "We must follow." They scrambled over the rocks, the wind whipping at their coats. The figure was gone by the time they reached the cliff's edge. But Poirot's sharp eyes spotted something glinting in the Sandar cigarette case, engraved with the initials J.H. "Harrow," Hastings said triumphantly. "I knew it." Poirot pocketed the case, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps, Hastings, or perhaps someone wishes us to think it is Harrow. The game, mon ami, is becoming most intricate." The rest of the day was spent in quiet observation. Poirot returned to the inn, where he questioned Mrs. Trelawney about the villagers' movements the night of the storm. She confirmed that several fishermen had been near the harbour, but none admitted to seeing Harrow. The scarred fisherman from the studio, however, had been spotted near the cliffs, though he claimed to have been checking his boat. That evening, Poirot invited Harrow to join them for dinner, determined to test the man's story. Harrow was polite, but guarded, deflecting questions about his background with vague answers about art markets and private collections. When Poirot mentioned the cigarette case, Harrow's hand froze on his glass, though he quickly recovered. "Lost it yesterday," he said smoothly. "Must have dropped it on the cliffs. Careless of me." Poirot smiled, his eyes cold. "Careless? Indeed, monsieur. But in St. Crag's Bay, carelessness can be most dangerous." As the meal ended, Clara approached, her face pale. "Monsieur Poirot, I need to speak with you. It's about the cave. I think someone's been there. I found this near the entrance this morning." She held out a small brass key, its surface tarnished but intact. Poirot took it, turning it over in his gloved hands. "Most interesting, mademoiselle. And you found this when?" "This morning, before dawn. I couldn't sleep, so I walked to the cliffs. It was just lying there in the sand." Poirot's mind raced. A key, a cave, a stranger, and a murder all linked by the lighthouse, and the Penrose family's secrets. He thanked Clara and sent her to bed, promising to investigate further. As the inquieted Poirot sat by the fire, the key in his hand. "Hastings," he said at last, "tomorrow we shall visit the cave. The answers, I think, lie beneath Blackthorn Point. and Monsieur Harrow, he shall accompany us. It is time to see what secrets he truly seeks." Hastings nodded, his face grim. "I still say he's trouble, Poirot. Mark my words." Poirot smiled, faintly. "Trouble, yes. But whose trouble, Hastings? That is the question." The next morning, Poirot, Hastings, and Harrow set out for the cave beneath Blackthorn Point. The tide was low, allowing them to navigate the rocky path to the entrance, a jagged moor in the cliff face. The air inside was damp and heavy, the walls slick with seaweed and salt. Harrow carried a lantern, its light casting eerie shadows on the stone. As they ventured deeper, Poirot's eyes scanned the walls, noting the faint scratches and marks that suggested recent activity. "Someone has been here," he said softly, "and not long ago." Harrow's face was unreadable, but his grip on the lantern tightened. "Smugglers' caves are always full of secrets," he said. "Vincent might have come here, looking for his ancestors' treasure." "Or someone else," Poirot replied, his voice sharp. "Someone who knew what Vincent sought." They reached a narrow chamber, its floor littered with broken crates and rusted iron. In the center was a stone slab, its surface worn but marked with a faint carving across, encircled by a ring of stars. Poirot knelt, tracing the lines with his finger. "The Penrose treasure," he murmured. "It is close, I think, but it is not the treasure that drives this killer. It is something else, something personal." Harrow's eyes narrowed. "You think the murder was personal, not about the jewels?" Poirot stood, brushing the sand from his gloves. "I think, Monsieur Harrow, that you know more than you say. And I think you were here, in this cave, before the storm. Shall we continue, or do you wish to tell me the truth now?" Harrow's smile was thin. "You're a clever man, Mr. Poirot, but I'm just an art collector, nothing more." Poirot nodded, but his eyes were cold. "We shall see, monsieur, we shall see." As they left the cave, the tide began to rise, the waves crashing against the rocks. Poirot's mind was a storm of its own, piecing together the fragments of the mystery. The stranger in the village was a key, but to what lock? The answer, he knew, was close, but so was the danger. Chapter 7. The Cryptic Note. The wind howled outside the inn at St. Crag's Bay, rattling the windows as if the storm that had brought Hercule Poirot to this remote coastal village had never truly left. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of damp wool and the faint tang of salt carried in on the boots and coats of the villagers who huddled around the fire. Poirot sat at a small table in the corner of the inn's common room, his gloved hands folded neatly over the handle of his cane, his eyes fixed on the cryptic note found in Vincent Penrose's lifeless hand. "The shadow knows the truth." The words, scrawled in the artist's spidery script, seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as though they held the key to the locked lighthouse mystery that had consumed the village. Captain Hastings, ever the loyal companion, sat across from him, nursing a pint of ale. His brow was furrowed, a familiar sign of his struggle to keep pace with Poirot's labyrinthine thoughts. "I say, Poirot," he ventured, setting the glass down with a soft clink, "that note's a queer thing, isn't it? The shadow knows. The truth sounds like something out of one of those penny dreadfuls Thomas Penrose is always scribbling." Poirot's moustache twitched, a subtle sign of amusement. "Mon ami, the words of a dying man are rarely chosen at random. This note, it is not mere melodrama. It is a message, a puzzle, perhaps, meant to guide us or to mislead us. We must consider its meaning with the utmost care." Hastings leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You think Vincent knew his killer? That he left this as a clue?" "Perhaps," Poirot said, his green eyes glinting in the firelight. "Or perhaps the killer placed it there to confuse us. The little grey cells. Hastings, they must work tirelessly to unravel this knot." He tapped his temple lightly, as if to summon those celebrated cells to action. The inn's door creaked open, admitting a gust of cold air and Clara Penrose, her face pale beneath the hood of her rain-soaked cloak. She hesitated at the threshold, her eyes darting nervously around the room before settling on Poirot. The villagers' murmurs fell silent, their gazes following her as she approached the detective's table. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice trembling slightly, I need to speak with you. It's about my uncle's note." Poirot gestured to an empty chair. "Mademoiselle Clara, please, sit. You have something to share, Nan." She nodded, sinking into the chair as though her strength had fled. Her hands twisted in her lap, betraying her agitation. "I couldn't help but overhear the constable talking about the note they found with Uncle Vincent. The shadow knows the truth. I think I know what it means." Hastings raised an eyebrow, glancing at Poirot, who remained impassive, his expression as unreadable as the note itself. "Go on, mademoiselle," Poirot said softly. Clara took a deep breath, her fingers tightening round the edge of her cloak. "Uncle Vincent was always talking about the lighthouse, about how it held secrets. He used to say the lanterns. Light could reveal things hidden in plain sight, I think. I think the note is about the lighthouse's shadow, the way it moves when the lantern is lit. He was obsessed with it, always sketching it in his paintings." Poirot's eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of interest igniting within them. "The shadow of the lighthouse, you say? And you believe this shadow might point to something specific?" "I don't know," Clara admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But he was in the lighthouse when he died. And that not like him to write something so vague. It feels deliberate." Poirot leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. "Deliberate, oui. A man does not write such words in his final moments without purpose. Tell me, mademoiselle, did your uncle ever speak of a specific time when this shadow was most revealing?" Clara frowned, her brow creasing as she searched her memory. "He did mention something about dusk, how the light at that time of day was different, softer. He said it made the shadows sharper, more defined. I thought it was just his artist's way of talking, but now," Poirot said, his voice crisp, "it may be the key to his final message. Terse interessant. Hastings, my friend, we must visit the lighthouse once more. At dusk, I think, when the shadows are at their most eloquent." Hastings blinked, clearly struggling to follow. "You mean to say we're going to stand around waiting for a shadow to tell us who killed Vincent? That's a bit fanciful, isn't it?" Poirot's lips curved into a faint smile. "Fanciful, perhaps, to those who do not trust the precision of the little grey cells. But the shadow, Hastings, it is not merely a trick of light. It is a pointer, a guide. And if Vincent Penrose wished us to follow it, then follow it we shall." The sky was a bruise of purple and gold as Poirot and Hastings made their way along the rugged path to Blackthorn Point. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its weathered stone silhouette stark against the fading light. The sea churned below, its waves crashing against the cliffs with a relentless rhythm that seemed to echo the tension in the air. The constable, a burly man named Jenkins, had reluctantly agreed to accompany them, though his skepticism was evident in his muttered complaints. about fancy foreign detectives and their wild ideas. The lighthouse door, still sealed with the bolt that had puzzled them all, stood as a silent sentinel. Poirot ignored it for now, his attention fixed on the lantern room at the top of the structure. "The lantern, Jenkins," he said, turning to the constable. "Is it still functional?" Jenkins scratched his head, his cap shifting slightly. "Aye, it's functional, though it hasn't been lit in years. The village keeps it maintained, out of habit, I suppose. But no one's been up there to light it since old Captain Penrose's day." "Then we shall light it tonight," Poirot declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Come, Hastings, Jenkins, we must ascend." The spiral staircase inside the lighthouse was narrow and damp, the air heavy with the scent of mildew and salt. Each step creaked under their weight, and Hastings gripped the rusted handrail tightly, muttering about the foolishness of climbing a crumbling tower at dusk. Poirot, undeterred, led the way, his small frame moving with surprising agility. The top, the lantern room, was a cavern of glass and iron, the massive lens at its center glinting faintly in the dying light. Poirot examined it closely, his gloved fingers tracing the edges of the metal frame. "A marvel of engineering," he murmured, "and a keeper of secrets, perhaps." Jenkins, panting from the climb, fumbled with a box of matches and lit the lantern's wick. The flame flickered to life, casting a warm glow that danced across the glass. As the light strengthened, it projected a beam through the lens, sending a shaft of illumination out toward the sea. But Poirot's attention was not on the sea. He was watching the floor below, where the shadow of the lantern's frame began to take shape. "There," he said, pointing to the stone floor of the lantern room. The shadow stretched across it, long and sharp, its edges defined by the angle of the light. It moved slowly as the sun sank lower, creeping toward the wall. Poirot followed it, his eyes scanning the stonework with an intensity that made Hastings shift uncomfortably. "What are we looking for, exactly?" Hastings asked, his voice echoing in the confined space. "A sign," mon ami Poirot replied, his gaze never leaving the shadow. "A mark, a clue than Vincent Penrose wished us to find." The shadow reached the wall, its tip brushing against a particular stone, slightly discolored from the others. Poirot knelt, his fingers probing the edges of the stone. "Jenkins, your assistance, if you please," he said, his voice taut with anticipation. The constable, though still skeptical, joined Poirot and pressed against the stone. It shifted slightly, revealing a narrow gap. With a grunt, Jenkins pried it loose, exposing a small, hollow compartment within the wall. Inside was a folded piece of parchment, yellowed with age and crinkled at the edges. Poirot carefully extracted it, unfolding it with the precision of a surgeon. The parchment was a fragment of a map, its lines faded but still legible. It depicted a section of the coastline, with Blackthorn Point clearly marked. A series of cryptic symbols, crosses, circles, and arrows pointed toward a spot labeled the Cave of Shadows beneath the cliffs. Hastings let out a low whistle. "Good Lord, Poirot, a treasure map. This is straight out of a novel." "Not a novel, Hastings," Poirot said, his voice sharp. "A reality. This map, incomplete though it may be, is the key to Vincent Penrose's obsession, and perhaps to his death. The shadow, you see, has indeed known the truth." Jenkins peered over Poirot's shoulder, his skepticism giving way to curiosity. "The Cave of Shadows. That's an old smuggler's haunt, down below the cliffs. No one's been there in years, too dangerous, with the tides and the rocks." Then it is precisely where we must go, Poirot said, folding the map and tucking it into his coat. But first, we must consider who else might know of this compartment, this map. The killer, perhaps, was searching for it or wished to ensure it remained hidden. Back at the inn, the atmosphere was tense. The villagers had dispersed, leaving only the Penrose family and the mysterious Mr. Harrow, who lingered by the bar, his eyes flicking toward Poirot with thinly veiled interest. Eleanor Penrose sat stiffly by the fire, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, while Thomas slouched in a corner, scribbling in a notebook. Reginald, Vincent's estranged brother, was absent, likely drowning his sorrows at the local pub. Clara approached Poirot again, her eyes wide with worry. "Did you find anything at the lighthouse?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Poirot studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "We found something, mademoiselle. But I must ask, did your uncle ever share with you the location of this cave of shadows?" Clara shook her head, her cheeks flushing. "No, never. He only talked about the lighthouse, the paintings. I thought the cave was just a story, something from our family's past." "Perhaps," Poirot said, his tone neutral. "But stories, mademoiselle, often have a grain of truth. And truth, in this case, may be a dangerous thing." As Clara retreated, Hastings leaned closer to Poirot. "You don't think she's involved, do you? She seems genuinely shaken." Poirot's eyes gleamed. "The heart, Hastings, is a complex thing. It can tremble with fear, with guilt, or with deception. We must not assume innocence until the little grey cells have completed their work." Next morning, Poirot gathered Hastings and Jenkins for a trek to the cliffs below Blackthorn Point. The path was treacherous, slick with seaweed and worn by years of neglect. The sea roared below, its waves crashing against jagged rocks that jutted from the water like the teeth of some ancient beast. The Cave of Shadows, if it existed, lay hidden somewhere in the labyrinth of tunnels beneath the cliffs. As they descended, Poirot's mind was racing. The map fragment was incomplete, but its symbols suggested a specific route, one that required precise timing with the tides. Vincent Penrose, he reasoned, had known this route, had perhaps walked it in his search for the family treasure. But why leave the note? Why point to the shadow? Was it a final act of defiance against his killer, or a desperate attempt to protect the secret? The entrance to the cave was little more than a narrow slit in the cliff face, half hidden by a curtain of seaweed. Jenkins lit a lantern, its flickering light casting eerie shadows on the damp walls. The air inside was cold and heavy, thick with the scent of salt and decay. Poirot led the way, his cane tapping lightly against the stone floor as he followed. The map's cryptic markings, the tunnel twisted and turned, branching into smaller passages that seemed to lead nowhere. Hastings muttered under his breath, his discomfort growing with each step. "This place gives me the creeps, Poirot. Are you sure this is wise? Wisdom, mon ami, lies in following the truth, no matter how uncomfortable," Poirot replied, his voice steady. "The map has led us here, and here we shall find answers." After what felt like hours, they reached a larger chamber, its walls marked with the remnants of old smugglers, Cash's rotted crates, rusted iron hooks, and faded carvings of ships and skulls. But there were no jewels, no treasure, only the echo of their footsteps and the distant roar of the sea. Poirot paused, his eyes scanning the chamber. "This is not the end," he said softly. "The map is incomplete, yes, but the symbols, they suggest another step, a hidden door, perhaps, or a marker we have overlooked? Jenkins held the lantern higher, illuminating a section of the wall where the stone seemed smoother, almost polished. Poirot approached, his fingers tracing. A faint outline, a rectangle, barely visible, that might conceal a compartment. But before he could investigate further, a low rumble echoed through the cave, followed by the sound of falling rocks. "Get back," Jenkins shouted, grabbing Hastings and pulling him toward the tunnel. A cascade of stones tumbled from the ceiling, blocking the path behind them. Dust filled the air, and for a moment the lantern's light flickered, threatening to plunge them into darkness. Poirot remained calm, his voice cutting through the chaos. "A trap, perhaps, or an accident. But we are not defeated. Jenkins," the lantern raised it again, "we must find another way out." As the dust settled, they discovered a narrow passage leading deeper into the cliff. The map fragment offered no guidance here, but Poirot's instincts drove him forward. "The killer," he said, his voice low, "has been here recently. The rockfall was no accident. Someone wishes to keep the Cave of Shadows a secret." The passage led to another chamber, smaller and more confined, its walls slick with moisture. At its center was a stone slab, etched with the same cryptic symbols as Vincent's paintings. Poirot knelt beside it, his gloved fingers brushing away the grime. "Here," he said, his voice triumphant. "This is what Vincent wished us to. Find but the treasure. It is not here, not yet." Hastings, still shaken from the rockfall, looked at Poirot with exasperation. "Not here, then where, Poirot? We've risked our necks for a slab of rock and some scribbles." Poirot's eyes twinkled. "Patience, Hastings. The treasure is not a thing to be found in a single moment. It is a puzzle, a game of shadows and light. Vincent Penrose has led us this far, but the final piece, it lies elsewhere. Perhaps in the paintings, perhaps in the lighthouse itself. We must return and consider." As they made their way back through the tunnels, guided by Jenkins' lantern, Poirot's mind was already turning to the next step. The note, the shadow, the map, they were all pieces of a larger design, one that Vincent Penrose had crafted, with care. But who else knew of this design? Clara, with her nervous glances, Harrow, with his secretive demeanor, or one of the other Penroses, driven by greed or revenge. The sea was calmer now, its waves lapping gently against the cliffs as they emerged from the cave. The lighthouse stood above, its shadow stretching long and dark across the sand. Poirot paused, his gaze fixed on it, as though it might speak the truth it had promised. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice firm, "we shall return to the lighthouse. The shadow has shown us one truth, but there are others yet to uncover. And Hercule Poirot, he does not rest until all is revealed." The inn was quiet that evening. The villagers, subdued by the weight of the mystery that had enveloped their small community. Poirot sat once more at his corner table, the map fragment spread before him, its symbols a tantalizing puzzle. Hastings, nursing a fresh pint, watched him with a mix of admiration and frustration. "You really think this map will lead us to the killer?" he asked. Poirot's smile was enigmatic. "The map, Hastings, leads us to the truth. And the truth, it will lead us to the killer. But we must be patient. The little grey cells, they are at work, and soon's bintit they will bring this mystery to its conclusion." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Poirot's mind turned to the shadows of the lighthouse, of the Penrose family, of the secrets that bound them all. The note had spoken, and the shadow had pointed. The way now, it was only a matter of time before the truth emerged from the darkness. Chapter 8. Family secrets. Unearthed. The storm that had battered St. Crag's Bay had finally subsided, leaving behind a village cloaked in a damp, uneasy calm. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and seaweed, and the cobbled streets glistened. Under the weak morning sun, Hercule Poirot, ever meticulous, adjusted his coat as he stepped out of the inn, his polished shoes clicking softly against the wet stones. Captain Hastings followed, his expression a mixture of curiosity and mild exasperation, as was often the case when accompanying Poirot on one of his enigmatic errands. "Poirot, where are we off to now?" Hastings asked, pulling his scarf tighter against the chill. "You've been awfully quiet since we left the lighthouse last night. That map fragment, surely it's the key to all this." Poirot's mustache twitched, a subtle sign of amusement. "Mon ami, the key, as you say, is not merely in the fragment, but in the minds that conceal the truths around it. Today we shall unearth those truths. The Penrose family, I suspect, holds more secrets than the cave beneath Blackthorn Point." They made their way toward Penrose Manor, a grand but weathered estate perched on a hill overlooking the village. The house, with its ivy-clad walls and tall narrow windows, seemed to loom over St. Crag's Bay like a silent sentinel. Its faded elegance spoke of a family that had once commanded wealth and respect, but now clung to the remnants of its former glory. Poirot's sharp eyes scanned the manor's facade, noting the cracked gargoyles perched on the roofline and the faint discoloration where a family crest had once hung proudly above the entrance. As they approached the heavy oak door, it creaked open, revealing Eleanor Penrose, the family's cold and imposing matriarch. Her silver hair was pulled back tightly, accentuating the sharp lines of her face, and her dark dress seemed to absorb the light around her. She regarded Poirot with a mixture of suspicion and begrudging courtesy. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice clipped, "I was informed you wished to speak with us again. I trust this is necessary. My family is still reeling from Vincent's death." Madame Penrose Poirot replied, bowing slightly. "It is precisely because of your brother-in-law's death that I must impose. The truth, you see, is like a buried treasure. It requires careful excavation. May we enter?" Eleanor hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line, but she stepped aside, gesturing them into the dimly lit foyer. The interior of Penrose Manor was as grand as it was oppressive, with heavy drapes blocking much of the sunlight and portraits of stern-faced ancestors lining the walls. The air carried the faint mustiness of old books and neglect, and Poirot's keen senses picked up the subtle creak of floorboards underfoot, as if the house itself were whispering its secrets. They were led into a drawing room where Clara and Thomas Penrose waited. Clara, pale and fidgety, sat near the fireplace, her hands twisting a handkerchief. Thomas, her brother, leaned against a bookshelf, his dishevelled appearance and bloodshot eyes suggesting a sleepless night. The tension in the room was palpable, as if each occupant were guarding a private wound. Poirot took a seat in a high-backed chair, his small frame somehow commanding the space. Hastings stood near the window, glancing occasionally at the windswept cliffs beyond. "Mercy, Madame Penrose, for gathering your family," Poirot began. "I wish to discuss most delicate matters concerning Vincent Penrose and the history of your family." Eleanor's eyes narrowed. "What more is there to say? Vincent was a troubled man, obsessed with his art and those foolish tales of treasure. His death, tragic as it is, was likely an accident or something self-inflicted. Poirot raised a hand, his expression serene yet unyielding. Nan, madame, the death of Vincent Penrose was no accident, nor was it self-inflicted. It was murder, and the method was most ingenious. But to understand the why, we must first understand the who and the what. Tell me, Madame Penrose, of the falling out between Vincent and his brother Reginald. Eleanor stiffened, her fingers tightening round the armrest of her chair. Clara and Thomas exchanged a glance, and for a moment the room seemed to hold its breath. That is an old wound, Eleanor said finally, her voice low. Vincent and Reginald were never close, even as boys. Their father, my late husband, favoured Vincent, believing him to have the greater talent. When he died, the bulk of the estate went to Vincent, leaving Reginald with little. Reginald never forgave him, and this resentment, Poirot said, his eyes gleaming, it lingered, did it not? Reginald, I understand, has debts, gambling debts, perhaps. A man in such a position might see his brother's death as an opportunity to claim what he believes is rightfully his. Thomas snorted, pushing off the bookshelf. Reginald's a wastrel, Monsieur Poirot, but he's no killer. He's too spineless for that. Besides, he was in London when Vincent died. Clara and I can confirm it. Clara nodded quickly, too quickly. Poirot noted. Yes, Uncle Reginald was away. He only returned yesterday. Poirot tilted his head, his gaze shifting to Clara. Mademoiselle, you are most certain of this. The timing, it is precise, Nan. Yet the storm made travel difficult. Perhaps Monsieur Reginald returned earlier than you believe. Clara's cheeks flushed, and she looked down at her handkerchief. I suppose it's possible. I didn't see him until yesterday, but he could have come back sooner. Eleanor's voice cut through the air like a blade. This is nonsense. If you're suggesting Reginald had anything to do with Vincent's death, you're mistaken. He's a fool, not a murderer. Poirot smiled faintly, undeterred. Madame, I suggest nothing yet. I merely observe, and I observe that this family is bound by secrets, each one a thread in a tangled web. Let us speak now of Vincent's will. It is said that Mademoiselle Clara inherits his fortune, but only under a certain condition. What is this condition? The room fell silent again, the crackle of the fire the only sound. Eleanor's face hardened, but it was Clara who spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Uncle Vincent's will. It's strange. He left everything to me, but only if I stay in St. Crag's Bay for a full year after his death. He said it was to ensure I understood the family's legacy. I don't know what he meant. Thomas scoffed. It's just another of his cryptic games. Vincent loved his riddles. He probably wanted Clara to waste a year here chasing ghosts. Poirot's eyes narrowed. Or perhaps, Monsieur Thomas, he wished her to uncover something hidden, like the treasure your ancestor, Captain Penrose, is said to have concealed. You, I believe, were interested in selling Vincent's paintings. Why? Thomas shifted uncomfortably, running a hand through his unkempt hair. I thought they might be worth something. Vincent was talented, even if he was mad. I argued with him about it, yes. He refused to sell, said the paintings were his legacy. I thought he was being sentimental, but now, I don't know, maybe there's more to them. Indeed, Poirot said, his tone thoughtful. The paintings, the treasure, the lighthouse all are connected, I think. And the falling out between Vincent and Reginald, it too is part of this puzzle. Madame Penrose, you were married to their brother, the late Monsieur Penrose. Did he ever speak of this treasure, or of the rift between his brothers? Eleanor's composure faltered for a moment, her eyes flickering with something like regret. My husband, he tried to keep the peace, but Vincent and Reginald were too different. Vincent was consumed by his art, Reginald by his vices. As for the treasure, it was a family legend, nothing more. Captain Penrose was a smuggler, yes, but any jewels he hid were likely lost to time. Vincent's obsession with it was foolishness. Poirot leaned forward, his voice soft but piercing. And yet Madame Vincent believed in it enough to die for it, or to be killed for it. Tell me, was there ever a moment when Vincent spoke of witnessing something a crime, perhaps that might have made him a target? Eleanor's hands trembled slightly, but she clasped them together to steady them. A crime? No, never. Vincent was reclusive, not a man to involve himself in such things. You're chasing shadows, Monsieur Poirot. Perhaps, Poirot said, rising from his chair. But shadows, Madame, often conceal the truth. I thank you for your time. I shall return when I have more clarity. As Poirot and Hastings left the manor, the wind picked up, carrying the distant cry of gulls. Hastings glanced at his friend, puzzled. Poirot, you didn't push them as hard as I expected. Eleanor was hiding something, and Clara, did you see how nervous she was? Poirot nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the lighthouse stood, silhouetted against the sky. Oui, mon ami, they are all hiding something, but to confront them now would be to scatter the pieces of the puzzle. We must be patient. The map fragment, the paintings, the family's secrets, they all point to the cave beneath Blackthorn Point. It is there, I think, that we shall find the next clue. The rest of the day passed in a flurry of activity. Poirot insisted on returning to the lighthouse, where he spent hours examining Vincent's paintings, which had been brought from the manor at his request. The canvases, filled with stormy seascapes and cryptic symbols, seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. One painting, in particular, caught his age depiction of the lighthouse at dusk, with a shadowy figure standing at its base. The figure's face was obscured, but the brushstrokes formed a pattern that Poirot recognized as a cipher, though he could not yet decipher it. Hastings, meanwhile, spoke with the villagers, hoping to uncover more about Reginald's whereabouts during the storm. Most confirmed he had been in London, but one fisherman, a grizzled man named Old Tom, hesitated before admitting he'd seen a figure resembling Reginald near the cliffs 2 nights before Vincent's death. Couldn't swear it was him, mind. Old Tom muttered. Storm was fierce, and the light was bad, but it looked like him, skulking about. By evening, Poirot and Hastings reconvened at the inn, where Mr. Harrow, the mysterious art collector, was nursing a glass of brandy. Observed him from across the room, noting the way Harrow's eyes darted toward the door whenever it opened. That man, Poirot murmured to Hastings, he is no mere collector. His interest in Vincent's paintings is too keen, his presence too convenient. We must watch him closely. As night fell, Poirot sat by the inn's fire, his notebook open before him. He sketched the lighthouse, the map fragment, and the shadowy figure from the painting, his mind weaving connections. The Penrose family's secrets were like the cave beneath Blackthorn Point, dark, labyrinthine, and dangerous. Eleanor's guarded demeanour, Clara's nervous glances, Thomas's defensiveness, and Reginald's absence all pointed to a deeper truth. And then there was Harrow, whose arrival seemed to coincide too neatly with Vincent's death. The next morning, Poirot, Hastings, and Clara set out for the cave, armed with lanterns and the map fragment. The path to Blackthorn Point was treacherous, the cliffs slick with spray and the wind howling like a warning. Clara, bundled in a heavy coat, seemed more anxious than ever, her eyes darting to the shadows as if expecting an ambush. The cave's entrance was a jagged maw in the cliff face, half hidden by seaweed and rocks. Inside, the air was damp and cold, the walls glistening with moisture. The map fragment guided them to a narrow passage, where they found relics of the smugglers' trade-rotted crates, rusted cutlasses, and a few scattered coins. But there were no jewels, no treasure, only the echo of their footsteps and the distant roar of the sea dot as they ventured deeper. Poirot's lantern caught a glint of something metallic, a rusted iron ring embedded in the wall. He tugged at it, and a low rumble filled the cave as a section of rock slid aside, revealing a hidden alcove. Inside was a small, locked chest, its surface etched with the same symbols as Vincent's paintings. Before Poirot could examine it further, a sudden crack echoed through the cave, and a cascade of rocks fell from the ceiling, blocking their path back. "Mon Dieu!" Poirot exclaimed, shielding Clara as dust filled the air. Hastings coughed, waving his lantern. "Sabotage, Poirot. Someone meant to trap us." Clara's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. Who would do this? Why? Poirot's expression was grim as he examined the fallen rocks. "The why, mademoiselle, is clear. Someone does not wish us to find the treasure. The who, that is what we must discover. But fear not. The little grey cells, they are not so easily defeated." Using a broken cutlass from the smuggler's relics, Poirot and Hastings cleared a path, though it took hours of grueling work. As they emerged into the daylight, Poirot's sharp eyes caught something in the debris, fresh tool marks on the cave wall, as if someone had recently tampered with the structure. "This was no accident," he said softly. "Someone knew we would come here, someone who knows the cave's secrets." Clara's hands trembled as she clutched her coat. "Monsieur." "Poirot, I'm frightened. First Uncle Vincent, now this. Am I next?" Poirot placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, though his eyes were hard. "Mademoiselle, you are under my protection, but you must tell me, have you kept anything from me? Any secret, any detail about your uncle or the treasure?" Clara shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "No, I swear. I only wanted to help Uncle Vincent. He trusted me. He said I was the only one who could carry on his work." Poirot nodded, but his mind was racing. Clara's fear seemed genuine, but there was something in her voice, a hesitation. Perhaps that made him wonder. Was she truly the innocent niece, or was she too entangled in the web of secrets? Back at the inn, Poirot sat with Hastings, reviewing their findings. The chest, too heavy to carry out of the cave, remained locked, but its symbols matched those in Vincent's paintings. The tool marks suggested recent activity, and the rockfall was no natural occurrence. Someone in St. Crag's Bay, perhaps. Within the Penrose family itself was desperate to keep the treasure hidden. As the fire crackled, Poirot closed his notebook with a decisive snap. "Hastings, the pieces are falling into place. The treasure, the murder, the family's secrets, they are all linked. But we must be cautious. The killer is watching, and they will strike again if we draw too close." Hastings frowned, his brow furrowed. But who? Poirot, Reginald, Eleanor, Clara, or that Harrow fellow? They all have reasons to want Vincent dead. Poirot's eyes gleamed in the firelight. "Patience, mon ami. The truth is like the tide, it recedes, but it always returns. Tomorrow we shall confront the shadows and see what they reveal." The night deepened over St. Crag's Bay, and the lighthouse stood silent, its lantern dark. But in Poirot's mind, the light of reason burned brightly, illuminating the path to the truth. Chapter 9. The Cave of Shadows. The wind howled across St. Crag's Bay, carrying the sharp tang of salt and the distant rumble of waves battering the cliffs. Hercule Poirot stood at the base of Blackthorn Point, his neatly pressed coat flapping slightly in the gusts, his moustache impeccably trimmed despite the wild surroundings. Beside him, Captain Hastings clutched his hat, squinting against the spray that misted the air. Clara Penrose, her face pale but resolute, adjusted the scarf around her neck, her eyes darting toward the jagged rocks below the lighthouse. The trio faced a narrow, uneven path that wound down the cliffside to the cave entrance, barely visible in the dim light of the late afternoon. Poirot's gaze lingered on the sea. Its surface churned into a froth of whitecaps. The ocean, it is a restless beast today, he remarked, his voice calm but carrying that familiar note of quiet authority. But it is the secrets beneath the earth that concern us now. The cave, it calls, does it not, Mademoiselle Clara? Clara nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. It's where Uncle Vincent's map fragment pointed. If the family treasure is anywhere, it's down there. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying the nerves she tried to conceal. Hastings shot Poirot a glance, his brow furrowed with concern. But Poirot's expression remained unreadable, his eyes sharp and calculating. The path to the cave was treacherous, slick with seaweed and worn smooth by centuries of tides. Poirot, with his characteristic fastidiousness, picked his way carefully, using his cane to test each step. Hastings offered Clara a steadying hand, which she accepted with a grateful, if distracted, smile. The roar of the sea grew louder as they descended, the cliff face looming above them like a silent sentinel. At the bottom, a narrow crevice marked the cave's entrance, its edges jagged and uninviting. A faint, musty smell wafted out, mingling with the brine. "After you, Poirot," Hastings said, half joking, but his hand rested near the revolver tucked inside his coat. Poirot raised an eyebrow but said nothing, stepping into the darkness, with surprising agility for a man of his meticulous demeanor. Inside, the cave was a labyrinth of damp stone and echoing drips. Poirot produced a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam cutting through the gloom to reveal walls glistening with moisture. The air was cold, heavy with the weight of unseen centuries. Clara clutched the map fragment, its edges worn but its ink still legible, and pointed toward a tunnel branching to the left. "This way," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The map shows a chamber deeper in, marked with a cross." They moved cautiously, the beam of Poirot's flashlight dancing across stalactites that hung like jagged teeth. The floor was uneven, littered with loose rocks and patches of slick moss. Hastings stumbled once, catching himself against the wall, and muttered something about wishing for a proper torch. Poirot, undeterred, kept his focus on the path ahead, his mind clearly turning over the puzzle of Vincent Penrose's death and the elusive treasure. The tunnel opened into a wider chamber, its ceiling soaring above them. The air here was still, almost oppressive, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed in the distance. Clara held up the map fragment, comparing it to their surroundings. "This is it," she said, pointing to a flat stone embedded in the far wall, its surface etched with a faint cross that matched the map's marking. "This must be where Captain Penrose hid the jewels." Poirot approached the stone, his eyes narrowing as he examined it. "A cross, yes, but also a challenge," he murmured, He ran his fingers along the edges, feeling for any sign of a mechanism or hidden compartment. The stone was cold, its surface worn but solid. He tapped it lightly with his cane, listening to the dull thud that resonated in the chamber. It is not so simple, I think. The smuggler, he was clever. He would not leave his treasure so easily found. Hastings knelt beside him, inspecting the base of the stone. Could it be a door, or a cover for something? He pushed against it, but it didn't budge. Clara joined them, her hands trembling as she traced the cross with her fingertips. Uncle Vincent was obsessed with this place, she said. He used to come here when he was younger, before he became so reclusive. He said the cave held secrets the family had forgotten. Poirot's eyes gleamed in the flashlight's glow. And secrets, mademoiselle, are often guarded by more than stone. He stepped back, scanning the chamber. His beam lingered on a pile of debris in the corner, broken crates, rusted iron hooks, and what looked like the remnants of a smuggler's cache. Let us see what else this cave reveals. They spread out, searching the chamber for clues. Hastings poked through the debris, uncovering a rusted cutlass and a crumbling leather pouch that held nothing but sand. Clara examined the walls, her fingers brushing over faint carvings, initials, dates, and symbols that might have been left by smugglers long ago. Poirot, meanwhile, paced the chamber, his flashlight sweeping methodically across every surface. He paused near a cluster of stalagmites, their bases worn smooth as if frequently touched. Kneeling, he inspected the floor and noticed a faint groove, barely visible in the dim light. "Regard us," he said, gesturing for Hastings and Clara to join him. "This groove, it is not natural. It suggests movement, perhaps a hidden panel." He pressed against the stalagmites, testing their stability, but they held firm. Undeterred, he traced the groove with his fingers, following it to a small, recessed stone in the floor. With a gentle push, the stone clicked, and a low grinding sound filled the chamber. The flat stone with the cross shifted, sliding inward to reveal a narrow alcove. Clara gasped, and Hastings let out a low whistle. Inside the alcove was a wooden chest, its surface encrusted with salt and age but intact. Poirot's lips curved into a faint smile. "The smuggler's art, it is revealed. But we must be cautious. The treasure, it is not yet ours." Hastings reached for the chest, but Poirot held up a hand. "Patience, mon ami. A treasure so well hidden is likely protected." He examined the chest, noting the absence of a lock but the presence of a strange, circular indentation on the lid. It resembled the shape of a coin or medallion. "Curious," Poirot murmured. "This is not a lock, but a key of sorts." "Mademoiselle Clara, did your uncle ever speak of such a thing?" Clara shook her head, her eyes wide. "No, never. But he was always painting symbols, circles, crosses, shadows. Maybe it's in one of his paintings." Her voice faltered, and she glanced back toward the tunnel, as if expecting someone to emerge from the darkness, before Poirot could respond. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, followed by a cascade of dust and small rocks from the ceiling. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a louder crash reverberated from the tunnel they'd entered. Hastings spun around, his hand on his revolver. What the devil was that? Poirot's expression darkened. "It is no accident, I think. We are not alone in our search." He moved swiftly to the tunnel entrance, his flashlight illuminating a pile of fallen rocks that now blocked the way out. The collapse was not complete, still flowed through gaps, but it would take hours to clear. Clara's face drained of colour, and she clutched Poirot's arm. "We're trapped," she whispered. "Trapped, perhaps, but not defeated," Poirot said, his voice steady. "The little grey cells, they are not so easily confined." He turned back to the chest, his mind racing. The rockfall was no natural event. The fresh tool marks he'd noticed earlier suggested someone had been here recently, perhaps preparing a trap. But who, and why now, when they were so close to the treasure? Hastings began prying at the rocks, testing their weight. "We can dig our way out, but it'll take time. Poirot, any ideas about that chest? If we're stuck here, we might as well see what's inside." Poirot nodded, but his attention was divided. He knelt beside the chest again, studying the circular indentation. "This key, it is the final piece of the puzzle. Without it, the chest remains closed. But I suspect the answer lies not here, but in the paintings of Monsieur Vincent." He glanced at Clara. "You said your uncle's work was filled with symbols. Can you recall any that match this shape?" Clara frowned, her brow creasing as she thought. There was one painting, a small one he kept in his study. It showed a coin, or maybe a medallion, with a cross inside a circle. He never let anyone touch it. I thought it was just another of his oddities. Poirot's eyes brightened. An oddity, perhaps, but also a clue. "We must return to the lighthouse and examine this painting. But first, we must escape this cave." He turned to the pile of rocks, his flashlight sweeping over the debris. "Hastings, your strength will be needed. Mademoiselle Clara, your courage." They set to work, moving rocks one by one. The task was grueling, the air thick with dust and the constant threat of another collapse. Poirot, despite his small stature, directed their efforts with precision, pointing out which stones to move to avoid destabilizing the pile. Clara worked alongside them, her hands scraped and dirt-streaked, but her determination unwavering. Hours passed, the light outside fading into dusk, but they made slow progress, creating a narrow gap just wide enough to crawl through. As they neared the end of their task, Poirot paused, his flashlight catching a glint of metal among the rocks. He bent down, retrieving a small, rusted chisel half buried in the debris. Its handle was worn, but the blade was sharp and bore fresh scratches, as if recently used. "Interesting," he said, holding it up for Hastings and Clara to see. "This is no relic of the smugglers. Someone has been here, and not long ago." Clara's eyes widened. "You think someone caused the rockfall, on purpose?" Poirot tucked the chisel into his pocket. "I think, mademoiselle, that the treasure is not the only thing being hunted. Someone wishes to keep us from it or from the truth." He said no more, but his mind was clearly at work, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. Finally, they cleared enough of the debris to squeeze through the gap. The sea air hit them like a wave, cold and sharp, as they emerged onto the cliffside path. The lighthouse loomed above, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. Hastings dusted off his coat, breathing heavily. "That was too close for comfort, Poirot. Who do you think did this?" Poirot's lips twitched into a faint smile. "Patience, mon ami. The cave has given us clues, but the lighthouse will give us answers. Let us return to the paintings of Monsieur Vincent. The medallion, it waits for us." They climbed the path back to the village, the weight of the day's events pressing on them. Clara was quiet, her earlier resolve replaced by a nervous energy that Poirot noted with interest. Hastings, ever practical, kept his revolver close, his eyes scanning the cliffs for any sign of movement. The cave had revealed its secret sore, some of them, but it had also raised new questions. Who had sabotaged the tunnel? Was it the same person who had killed Vincent Penrose? And what role did the mysterious medallion play in unlocking the treasure? Back at the inn, Poirot wasted no time. He requested access to Vincent's study, where Clara led them to the small painting she'd described. It hung on the wall, unassuming amidst Vincent's larger, more dramatic works. The canvas depicted a stormy sea, with a single, glowing medallion at its center, a circle with a cross etched inside, its edges glinting as if catching the light. Poirot studied it closely, his fingers hovering over the brushstrokes. "This is no mere painting," he said. "It is a key, disguised as art." He turned to Clara. "Mademoiselle, you must tell me everything you know about this medallion. Was it ever found among your uncle's possessions?" Clara shook her head, her eyes darting to the floor. "No, never. He only painted it," he said. "It was a family legend, nothing more." Poirot's gaze lingered on her, his expression unreadable. A legend, perhaps, but legends have a way of hiding truths. He turned back to the painting, his mind racing. The medallion, the chest, the rockfall, the chisel, all pieces of a puzzle that was slowly taking shape. But one piece was still missing, and Poirot knew it lay in the motives of those around him. As night fell over St. Crag's Bay, the inn grew quiet, the storm outside subsiding into an uneasy calm. Poirot sat in his room, the chisel and the map fragment laid out before him. Hastings knocked and entered, his face grim. "Poirot, I don't like this. Someone tried to trap us in that cave. Clara's hiding something, isn't she?" Poirot leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled. "Clara, yes, she is a young woman with much on her mind. But it is not only Clara who hides things. The Penrose family, the stranger Harrow, the lighthouse itself, they all keep secrets. And the little grey cells, they are beginning to see the pattern." Hastings frowned. "You think the treasure is real, then? And that someone's willing to kill for it?" Poirot's eyes gleamed. "The treasure, mon ami, is real, but it is not the only prize. There is a truth here, a shadow that knows more than we do. Tomorrow we return to the lighthouse. The answer, it waits in the light." The night stretched on, the village sleeping under a sky heavy with stars. But for Poirot, sleep was far off. His mind churned, sifting through clues, motives, and the cryptic legacy of Vincent Penrose. The Cave of Shadows had given up some of its secrets, but others remained buried, waiting for the detective's keen insight to bring them to light. Chapter 10. The second victim. The wind howled across the cliffs of St. Crag's Bay, carrying the sharp Thames of salt and the distant rumble of waves crashing against Blackthorn Point. The village, nestled in the shadow of the jagged coastline, seemed to hold its breath under the weight of recent events. The death of Vincent Penrose in the locked lighthouse had cast a pall over the community, and Hercule Poirot, with his meticulous mind and unyielding curiosity, was at the heart of unravelling its mysteries. The morning after the perilous exploration of the cave beneath the lighthouse, a new shock rippled through the village, one that would deepen the enigma and test Poirot's little grey cells to their limits. The day began with a deceptive calm. The storm that had battered the coast the previous night had retreated, leaving behind a sky bruised with patches of grey and gold. Poirot, dressed impeccably despite the rustic setting, sat at a small table in the inn's dining room, sipping at tisane and reviewing his notes. Captain Hastings, ever the loyal companion, joined him, his face etched with unease. The cave expedition had left them both rattled not just by the near disaster of the rockfall, but by the growing certainty that someone among them was orchestrating a dangerous game. Poirot, Hastings began, setting down his coffee. That cave business yesterday, it wasn't an accident, was it? Those tool marks you pointed out, someone meant to trap us. Poirot's moustache twitched as he folded his napkin with precision. Mon ami, you are correct. The rockfall was no act of nature. The marks were fresh, the stone deliberately weakened. Someone wished to delay us, perhaps to prevent us from finding what lies hidden in that cave, or to ensure we did not leave it alive. Hastings frowned, his brow furrowing. But who? Clara seemed as shaken as we were. And Thomas? He's a nervous sort, but I can't see him crawling around in caves with a pickaxe. Eleanor's too cold for that kind of dirty work. And Reginald? He trailed off, shaking his head. Reginald's a gambler, not a saboteur. Poirot's eyes gleamed with that familiar spark of insight. Do not be so quick to dismiss. Hastings, the motives in this affair are tangled, like the roots of an ancient tree. Greed, fear, resentment, they coil together. We must consider not only who benefits from Vincent's death, but who fears what we may uncover next. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion at the inn's entrance. The door burst open, and Mrs. Trelawney, the innkeeper's wife, stumbled in, her face pale and her hands trembling. Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings, you must come quickly. It's Mr. Reginald Penrose. He's been found near the lighthouse, half dead. Poirot was on his feet in an instant, his calm demeanour unshaken, but his eyes sharp with urgency. Half dead, you say? Where is he now, and who found him? They've taken him to Dr. Marshall's surgery, Mrs. Trelawney gasped, clutching her shawl. It was young Tommy Fisher, the lad who delivers fish. He was walking the cliff path and saw Mr. Reginald lying in the grass, barely breathing. Oh, it's dreadful, sir. First, Mr. Vincent, now this. Hastings grabbed his coat, his soldier's instincts kicking in. We'd better get to the surgery, Poirot. If Reginald's been attacked, the killer's getting bolder. Indeed. Poirot murmured, adjusting his hat. But we must also ask why Reginald was near the lighthouse, and what he was doing there at such an hour. Come, Hastings, let us see what truths this new calamity reveals. The village surgery was a modest building, its whitewashed walls and small garden a stark contrast to the grim scene within. Dr. Marshall, a wiry man with a nonsense air, was tending to Reginald Penrose, who lay on a narrow cot, his face ashen and his breathing shallow. The room smelled of antiseptic and fear. Clara Penrose stood in the corner, her hands clasped tightly, her eyes wide with worry. Thomas, her brother, hovered nearby, looking dishevelled and anxious. Eleanor Penrose, the family matriarch, was conspicuously absent. Poirot's gaze swept the room, taking in every detail, the faint tremor in Clara's fingers, the way Thomas avoided meeting anyone's eyes, the medical instruments neatly arranged. On a tray, Dr. Marshall glanced up as they entered, his expression grim. He's alive, but only just, the doctor said, wiping his hands on a cloth. Poison, I'd wager. Slow acting, likely ingested hours ago. I've given him something to stabilize him, but he's not out of danger. He was conscious for a moment, muttered something about a note and the cliffs, but he slipped back. Under a note. Poirot's voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. What did he say, precisely, Doctor? Dr. Marshall frowned, recalling. He said, the note told me to go. Cliffs at dawn. That's all I got before he faded. He was clutching this in his hand. He held out a crumpled piece of paper, which Poirot took with gloved fingers. The note was scrawled in a hurried hand. Meet me at Blackthorn Point at dawn. Important. V. The ink was smudged, the paper slightly damp, as if it had been carried through the morning mist. Poirot's eyes narrowed as he studied it, his mind already racing. V. Hastings said, peering over Poirot's shoulder. Vincent. But he's dead. Someone's using his name to lure Reginald out there. Or so it would seem, Poirot replied softly. But we must not assume. The hand is not Vincent's. I have seen his writing in the cryptic note from the lighthouse. This is an imitation, perhaps a clever one, but not perfect. Tell me, Doctor, what poison do you suspect? Dr. Marshall hesitated, then gestured to a vial on the table. I've taken a blood sample, but my guess is something like arsenic or a digitalis derivative. The symptoms: nausea, weakness, irregular pulse fit. It's slow enough that he could have been poisoned last night and only collapsed this morning. Clara let out a small sob, covering her mouth. Who would do this? First Uncle Vincent. Now Uncle Reginald. It's as if someone wants to destroy our family. Thomas shot her a glance, his voice bitter. Maybe it's about the money, Clara. You know how much Reginald owed. Maybe he crossed the wrong person. Poirot turned to them, his expression unreadable. Mademoiselle Clara, Monsieur Thomas, where were you both this morning at dawn? Clara flushed, her eyes darting to the floor. I was at home, asleep. I didn't wake until Mother called me about this. And you, Monsieur Thomas? Poirot pressed. Thomas shifted uncomfortably. I was up late writing, didn't sleep much. I was in my room, alone. No one can vouch for me, if that's what you're asking. Poirot nodded, filing away their answers. And Madame Eleanor, where is she? She's at the house, Clara said quickly. She was too upset to come. She said she couldn't bear to see Reginald like this. Upset, Poirot repeated, his tone neutral but his eyes keen. Very well, Doctor. You will inform me if Monsieur Reginald regains consciousness. I must know what he saw or heard on those cliffs. Dr. Marshall nodded, and Poirot gestured to Hastings. Come, mon ami. We must visit the scene of this attack. The cliffs may tell us what Reginald cannot. The path to Blackthorn Point was treacherous, winding along the edge of the cliffs where the sea roared below. The lighthouse loomed in the distance, its weathered stone a silent witness to the village's secrets. The grass near the cliff's edge was trampled where Reginald had been found, but the soft earth held no clear footprints, thanks to the morning's drizzle. Poirot crouched, examining the ground with meticulous care. No footprints, no marks. Of a struggle, he mused. Yet Reginald was found here, clutching a note. He was lured Hastings, but not attacked here. The poison was administered earlier, perhaps at the inn or the Penrose house. The killer knew he would collapse before he could reveal too much. Hastings shivered, glancing at the lighthouse. It's always that blasted lighthouse. First Vincent, now Reginald. It's like it's cursed. Poirot's lips curved slightly. Cursed Nan, mon ami. It is not the lighthouse that kills, but the human heart, its greed, its fear, its secrets. We must learn why Reginald was summoned here. Was it to silence him, or to divert us from the true path? As they searched the area, Poirot's sharp eyes caught something glinting in the grass, a small glass vial, half buried in the mud. He retrieved it carefully, holding it to the light. A faint residue clung to the inside, and the stopper was missing. "A clue," Poirot said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. "This may be the vessel of the poison. We shall have it analyzed. But note, Hastings, it was discarded here, not hidden. The killer is growing careless or wishes us to find it." They returned to the village, the vial wrapped in handkerchief. At the inn, Poirot sought out Mr. Harrow, the enigmatic art collector who had arrived under suspicious circumstances. Harrow was in the lounge, sipping a brandy and flipping through a notebook filled with sketches of Vincent's paintings. "Monsieur Harrow," Poirot said, his tone polite but firm, "a word, if you please. You were seen near the lighthouse before the storm. And now Monsieur Reginald is poisoned, lured to the cliffs by a note. What do you know of this?" Harrow's face remained impassive, but his fingers tightened on the notebook. "I know nothing. Of poison or notes. Mr. Poirot, I was at the lighthouse to study its architecture. Vincent's paintings often featured it, and I thought it might hold clues to his work." "Clues to his work," Poirot echoed, his eyes narrowing. "Or to the treasure his paintings supposedly conceal. You are not merely an art collector, monsieur. Your interest in the Penrose family is personal, is it not?" Harrow hesitated, then sighed. "Very well. I'm a private investigator, hired by the Maritime Museum to recover the Penrose jewels. Vincent's paintings are rumored to be a map to their location. I've been studying them for months, but I swear I had nothing to do with his death. Thor Reginald's attack." Poirot's moustache twitched. "A private investigator, Bean. Then you will not mind telling me where you were at dawn this morning?" Harrow met his gaze steadily. "I was here, in my room. I don't sleep much, Mr. Poirot. The storm kept me up, and I was sketching until late. Ask Mrs. Trelawney brought me tea at 6. Poirot nodded, but his expression gave nothing away. "We shall verify, monsieur. But know this, the truth, like the tide, cannot be held back forever." Back at the surgery, Reginald stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Clara, who had remained by his side, called for Dr. Marshall. Poirot and Hastings returned just as Reginald managed a hoarse whisper. "The note, it said Vincent, but it wasn't him," he rasped. "Someone, in the shadows, near the cliffs. I drank at the inn last night. Felt ill, then the note came." Poirot leaned closer, his voice gentle but probing. "Monsieur Reginald, who gave you the note? Did you see their face?" Reginald's eyes clouded with pain. "No, slipped under my door, I thought. Vincent's secret, the jewels." He coughed, his strength fading. The shadow, it moved. He slipped back into unconsciousness, leaving Poirot with more questions than answers. The detective straightened, his mind a whirlwind of possibilities. The poison, the note, the lighthouse. The treasure, all were pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit neatly together. That evening, Poirot sat alone in his room, the vial and the note laid out before him. He traced the scrawled V with a finger, his thoughts drifting to the Penrose family. Clara's fear, Thomas's bitterness, Eleanor's absence, Harrow's deception, each was a thread in a tapestry of deceit. The lighthouse, with its cryptic shadows and hidden compartments, was the key, but the motive remained elusive. Was it the jewels, glittering with promise, or something deeper, a secret Vincent had taken to his grave? As night fell over St. Crag Bay, Poirot made a silent vow. The killer would not escape his little grey cells. The second victim had survived, but the danger was far from over. The truth, like the lighthouse's beam, would soon pierce the darkness. The next morning brought A flurry of activity. Poirot sent the vial to a chemist in the nearby town for analysis, with a request for urgency. He then summoned the Penrose family to the inn, determined to observe their reactions to Reginald's survival. Eleanor arrived, her face a mask of icy control, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease when Poirot mentioned the poison. "Madame Eleanor," he said, his tone deceptively mild, "you were not at the surgery yesterday. Yet your brother-in-law lies near death. Why did you stay away?" Eleanor's lips thinned. "I am not a woman given to hysterics, Mr. Poirot. I sent Clara to represent the family. My place was at home, managing our affairs." "Affairs?" Poirot repeated, his gaze piercing. "Such as the estate. Or perhaps the treasure your late husband and Vincent quarrelled over." Eleanor's composure faltered for a moment, but she recovered quickly. "The treasure is a myth, a story to entertain children. Vincent's obsession ruined him, and now it's tearing this family apart." Poirot did not press further, but his silence was more unsettling than any question. He turned to Clara, who was pale and fidgeting. "Mademoiselle, you were with your uncle at the surgery. Did he say anything more before we arrived?" Clara shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "No, Mr. Poirot. He was so weak. I thought he was going to die." Thomas snorted, his arms crossed. "Convenient, isn't it? Reginald gets a note, gets poisoned, and now he's mumbling about shadows. Sounds like one of my stories, only less believable." Poirot's eyes flicked to Thomas. "And your stories, Monsieur Thomasard, they're inspired by the secrets of this family. Perhaps by your uncle's paintings, which you wished to sell." Thomas flushed, his jaw tightening. "I needed money, yes. But I didn't kill him, and I didn't poison Reginald. I'm not the one sneaking around cliffs at dawn." The tension in the room was palpable, each family member eyeing the others with suspicion. Poirot let the silence stretch, knowing it would unsettle them further. He was about to speak when Mrs. Trelawney entered, her face flushed with news. "Mr. Poirot, the chemist, sent a boy with a message. The violets, arsenic, sure enough. Traces of it, mixed with some kind of syrup to mask the taste." Poirot nodded, his mind racing. Arsenic was common enough, available in rat poison, or gardening supplies, but the syrup suggested premeditation. The killer had planned this attack, perhaps over dinner or drinks at the inn. He recalled Reginald's words, "I drank at the inn last night." "Madame Trelawney," Poirot said, "who was serving at the inn last night, and who was present?" She frowned, thinking. "It was me and my girl, Sarah. The usual crowd was there, Mr. Harrow, some fishermen, the Penroses. Well, except Mrs. Eleanor. She don't come to the inn much. Mr. Reginald was drinking whiskey. More than usual, I'd say." Poirot filed this away, his thoughts turning to the inn's crowded bar, the clink of glasses, the hum of conversation. A perfect setting to slip something into a drink unnoticed. But who had the opportunity, and who had the nerve? As the day wore on, Poirot and Hastings returned to the lighthouse, drawn back to its looming presence. The structure stood silent, its lantern room dark, but Poirot felt its secrets pressing against him. He climbed the spiral stairs, Hastings at his heels, and stood by the great lantern, now cold and still. "Hastings," he said, his voice low, "consider the timing. Vincent dies in a locked lighthouse, with no footprints to betray his killer. Reginald is poisoned, lured to the cliffs by a false note. Both crimes circle this place. Why, what does the lighthouse guard that is worth killing for. Hastings rubbed his chin, thinking, the jewels, obviously. Vincent's paintings, the map fragment in the hidden compartment, it's all about the treasure. Someone wants it badly enough to kill. But there is more, Poirot said, his eyes distant. The note in Vincent's hand, the shadow knows the truth. It was not about the treasure alone. It was a warning, or perhaps a taunt. And now Reginald, who quarrelled with Vincent over their father's will, is silenced. I begin to suspect. The treasure is but a mask for a deeper motive. They descended the lighthouse, the air growing colder as they reached the base. Outside, the sea was restless, its waves clawing at the rocks. Poirot paused, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Hastings, he said suddenly, we must return to the cave tomorrow, at low tide. The rockfall was meant to keep us away, but I believe the answers lie there, and we must watch Mademoiselle Clara closely. Her spirit is not all it seems. Hastings nodded, though his expression was dubious. Clara, she's just a girl. Poirot scared out of her wits, and no wonder, with her uncle dead and another poisoned. Poirot smiled faintly. The heart of a woman, mon ami, can hide more than fear. We shall see. That night, the inn was quieter than usual, the villagers subdued by the latest tragedy. Poirot sat by the fire, his notebook open, sketching a diagram of the lighthouse and the cliffs. He marked the spot where Reginald was found, the location of the vial, the path to the cave. Each detail was a piece of the puzzle, but the picture remained incomplete. Harrow joined him, his expression guarded. Mr. Poirot, I heard about the vial. Arsenic, was it? That's a nasty way to go. Indeed, Poirot replied, not looking up. And yet the killer chose it, knowing it would give Reginald time to reach the cliffs. Why not a swifter method? It is a question of psychology, Monsieur Harrow. The killer wishes to control, to manipulate. Harrow leaned back, his eyes narrowing. You think I had something to do with it, don't you? I told you, I'm here for the jewels, not to kill anyone. Poirot closed his notebook, his gaze steady. Then tell me, monsieur, why you were seen near the lighthouse before the storm, when you claimed to be studying Vincent's paintings, and why did you not mention this museum of yours until pressed? Harrow's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Poirot rose, his voice soft but firm. The truth, Monsieur Harrow, will come to light. It always does. The following morning, Poirot received word that Reginald was improving, though still too weak to speak at length. The chemist's report confirmed the arsenic, mixed with a sweet syrup, likely administered in a drink. Poirot's suspicion fell on the whiskey Reginald had consumed at the inn, but the bottle had been cleared away, and no trace of poison remained. In the bar, he and Hastings prepared for their return to the cave, equipped with lanterns and ropes. Clara insisted on joining them, her face pale but determined. I need to know what's down there, Mr. Poirot. If Uncle Vincent died because of that treasure, I have to see it through. Poirot studied her, his eyes searching. Very well, mademoiselle, but stay close and be vigilant. The cave is no place for carelessness. As they descended the cliff path, the sea roared below, its spray dampening their clothes. The cave's entrance loomed, dark and forbidding, its walls slick with moisture. Poirot's lantern cast eerie shadows, and he paused to examine the rockfall's debris. The tool marks were unmistakable, the stone deliberately loosened. Inside, the cave was a labyrinth of tunnels, its air heavy with the smell of salt and decay. They followed the map fragment's directions. winding deeper until they reached a chamber where smugglers' relics lay scattered, rusted knives, broken crates, a tattered sail. But there were no jewels, no treasure chest, only the echo of their footsteps. Clara's voice trembled. It's empty. All this for nothing. Poirot's eyes gleamed in the lantern light. Not nothing, mademoiselle. The absence of the treasure tells us much. Someone has been here before us, perhaps recently, and they did not wish us to know. As they turned to leave, Hastings stumbled over a loose stone, revealing a small, carved niche. Inside was a single objective silver locket, engraved with the initials C.P. Poirot. Opened it, revealing a faded portrait of a young woman, strikingly similar to Clara. Clara gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. That's my grandmother, Catherine Penrose. She died when I was a child. Why is this here? Poirot's expression was grave. A question, mademoiselle, that we must answer. This locket, it is no accident. It is a message, or perhaps a warning. The discovery of the locket shifted the case in Poirot's mind. The treasure, the lighthouse, the poison were connected. But the heart of the mystery lay in the Penrose family's past. Back at the inn, Poirot questioned Clara about her grandmother. But she claimed to know little, only that Catherine had been a kind woman who loved the sea. Thomas, overhearing, scoffed, kind. She was as secretive as Vincent, always whispering about the family's legacy, the jewels. I think she knew where they were, but she took it to her grave. Poirot's thoughts turned to the paintings, the cryptic symbols, the shadow's truth. The locket was a new piece, one that suggested a personal motive, not just greed. He resolved to revisit Vincent's studio, to study the paintings again, but first, he needed to confirm Harrow's alibi. Mrs. Trelawney confirmed that she had brought tea to Harrow's room at 6 that morning, but she admitted the inn was busy, and she hadn't seen him all night. Harrow's story held, but only just. Poirot's suspicions deepened, but he lacked the final clue to tie the threads together as night fell. The village was restless, whispers of poison and treasure spreading like wildfire. Poirot sat by his window, watching the lighthouse's silhouette. Against the moonlit sky, the second victim had survived, but the killer was still out there, watching, waiting. The little grey cells worked tirelessly, piecing together the fragments of a puzzle that was as intricate as it was deadly. Tomorrow, Poirot knew, would bring new revelations. The cave, the locket, the poisoned whiskey all pointed to a truth that was close, yet maddeningly out of reach. He closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of the sea guide his thoughts, and vowed to unmask the shadow that haunted St. Crag's Bay.